distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, good afternoon. Welcome you all to this forum. The guests from ASC, HKIA, and AAM, the three key member institutes of HKIA, will share with us their experience, opinions, and perspectives on contemporary architecture practice. Okay, my name is Zhou Minghao. I'm the managing editor of Architecture Asia. I will be the moderator of the first session. As you can see, this is our program. The forum today is composed of 3 sessions: opening ceremony, keynote speech, and panel discussion. In between the opening ceremony and the keynote speech, there will be a group photo session, and we will also have a short tea break after the keynotes and the panel. Okay, I will be the moderator of the first session, and then Professor Liu Heng and Professor Qi Yi will be the moderators for the next 2 sessions. Supervised by HKIA, this forum is organized by the editorial office of Architecture Asia and the SAUP of Shenzhen University. We are very grateful to the support and the sponsorship from ASC, HKIA, and AAM. The leaders of the above institutes will give us opening addresses. Let me introduce them to you one by one. They are Mr. Abu Said Ahmed, the president of HKIA, Architects Regional Council Asia. He is now online. Can President Abu say hello to us? No? Okay. And Mr. Xiu Long, the president of ASC, Architectural Society of China. Welcome. And Mr. Chan Bon Benny, the president of HKIA, the Hong Kong Institute of Architects. Welcome. And Ms. Chow Wan-sen Christine, the president of AAM, Architects Association of Macau. And Mr. Meng Jianming, the academician of the Academy of Engineering of China, who is occupied by other business, but still sending us a video of address. And Mr. Fan Yue, the Dean of SAUP, School of Architecture and Urban Planning, Shenzhen University, welcome. And Mr. Wu Jiang, the editor-in-chief of Architecture Asia and the president of the Institute of Architecture Education, ASC. And without the hard working and the contribution of our guest editors, the forum will be impossible. They are also invited to give addresses in the opening ceremony. They are Mr. Zhu Xiaofeng, founding principal of Scenic Architecture Office. Welcome. And Mr. Chuan Wang Liang Thomas, the associate professor of School of Architecture, the Chinese University of Hong Kong. Welcome. And Mr. Ma Chou Fai Joey, architect of HKIA. Welcome. And Mr. Nuno Solis, head of Department of Architecture and Design, University of St. Joseph. Welcome. On the way, yeah. Okay. So the keynote speakers and the panel discussion guests will be introduced in the next sessions. And before the very important guests giving us their opening address, please allow me to use this opportunity to give you a very brief introduction on the context of our journal and the forum series. So Architecture Asia is an official journal of ACASIA. It has contributed a lot to the recording and the promotion of the contemporary architecture of Asia. It was founded in 1980s. Since 2020, ASC took it over from the PALM, Malaysia Institute of Architects, and set up the editorial office in Tongji University. For the last 3 years, we did many things in spite of the pandemic issue. We revised the format, designed the logo, design a new logo, make the journal more visually conforming to the international journal style. We open new international subscription channel, and now you can also find the publication on Amazon books online. We also create a brand new website and open official account on WeChat and Facebook. And more importantly, we are hoping to elevate this publication into a platform of communication and promotion. We hope that the journal can be not only limiting itself within recording the conditions of contemporary Asian architecture and urban development, but also vice versa, reshape them as well. Therefore, we propose a new strategy. We plan to make an AA loop linking the architects' networks of ACASIA, the forum series, and the Architecture Asia journal. By the forums, we can reinforce the binding of the 22 member institutes of ACASIA and provide a platform for the dialogue between architects and architecture critics from different countries, from different regions. The findings and output of the forums will be exhibited and crystallized by the publication of the AA journals, which is supposed to benefit the future of ACASIA and the evolution of the contemporary architecture culture of Asia. So last December, we tried to organize the first forum on contemporary Thailand architecture. It is a very successful test, and ASA gave us a big hand, which gave us more confidence to continue this model and organize the second forum today. Okay, the first guest who will give address is Dr. Abu Said Ahmed, President of Architects Regional Council Asia and the Dean of School of Environmental Sciences and Design, University of Asia Pacific, Bangladesh. He is joining us through the Zoom. Welcome, President Abu.
Thank you, Minhao. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
So we're waiting for your face on screen.
A face I will give you later. Okay. Good morning or afternoon, everyone present here today, either offline or online. On behalf of Arcasia family, I am excited to welcome you to our second Architecture Asia Magazine Forum series. It is a joint effort with Architecture Asia Magazine, ASC, HKIA, and AAM, with support from Shenzhen University. This forum is a big deal for us, focusing on the modern architecture scene in mainland China, Hong Kong, and Macau. Our today's theme is contemporary architecture in mainland, Hong Kong, and Macau, China. And it highlights our showcase the cool things happening in architecture scenario of Asia.
maybe later, after a few minutes, maybe when we resolve the technical problem. Okay, the next next guests will give us the address. Let's warmly welcome Mr. Xiu Long, President of Architecture Society of China, to deliver us an address. 那个讲话稿。
开了，好。尊敬的亚洲建筑师协会阿布主席、香港建筑师学会会长陈泽斌先生、澳门建筑师协会会长蔡运璇女士、亚洲建筑师杂志主编武江教授，尊敬的范岳院长。
Distinguished HKIA President Abu Said Ahmed, HKIA President Benny Chan Bun, AAM President Christine Chao Wang Sun, Editor-in-Chief of Architecture Asia, Professor Wu Jiang, distinguished academician Meng Jianming, and the Dean of School of Architecture and Urban Planning, Shenzhen University, Fan Yue. OK
很高兴和大家相聚在深圳大学，参加亚洲建筑杂志系列论坛。在这里呢，我代表中国建筑学会向论坛的召开表示热烈的祝贺，向出席论坛的同仁们表示衷心的感谢。谢谢大家。
Distinguished fellow speakers and dear friends, good afternoon. It gives me great pleasure to join you at Shenzhen University for the Architecture Asia Series Forum. First, on behalf of the Architecture Society of China, I'd like to extend my warm congratulations for the opening of the forum and my heartfelt gratitude to all the guest speakers and the audience present today.
本场论坛聚焦中国内地及港澳地区当代建筑。自1978年中国实行改革开放以来，深圳这座近40年迅速成长起来的城市，浓缩了中国及世界建筑实践的前沿探索。我们的论坛今天在这里举办，具有特别重要的现实意义。
Today's forum focuses on contemporary architecture in the Chinese mainland and the Hong Kong and Macau special administrative regions. The city of Shenzhen, with over 40 years of rapid growth since China's inauguration of the reform and opening up policy in 1978, has become a panorama of contemporary architecture practices in China and beyond. It is therefore of great relevance and significance for our forum to be held here today.
亚洲建筑杂志自2020年由中国建筑学会和同济大学接手后，一直关注当代亚洲建筑与城市可持续发展，旨在从全球视野解读当代亚洲建筑的多样特征与多元文化。中国的当代建筑也有其独特的特性和丰富性。在全球化的今天，面对气候变化和城镇化步伐的加快等挑战，中国的建筑和城市正在经历着一系列的转型。作为建筑师，我们迫切的需要为未来建筑未来的发展提出我们的建议。我们相信，今天各位专家的分享将使我们对中国当代建筑有更加全面的了解，也将为未来的建设带来新的启示。
Since ASC, together with Tongji University, took up the publication of Architecture Asia in 2020, the journal has been focusing on the sustainable development of contemporary Asian architecture and cities, aiming to explore diversity and multiculturalism within Asia from a global perspective. China's contemporary architecture also has its uniqueness and richness. In present globalized world, faced with challenges posed by climate change, increased pace of rural migration to the cities, and so on, China's cities and architecture are undergoing a series of transformations, and there is an urgent need for us architects to advise on how we can better embrace the future of architecture. I'm fully convinced that your sharing of insights today will give us a more comprehensive understanding of China's contemporary architecture and will bring new inspirations to future developments.
回顾以往，中国建筑学会和香港建筑师学会、澳门建筑师学会的交流合作源远流长，共同开展了一系列的学术活动，为三地建筑师的学术交流和职业合作进行了一系列具有开拓性的探索，极大地促进了三地建筑事业的繁荣发展。在这里呢，特别还要说的是，今年在丹麦哥本哈根举行的国际建协代表大会上，在香港建筑师学会、澳门建筑师学会以及其他成员协会的大力支持下，我会联合北京市成功地申办了2029年世界建筑师大会。这里充分体现了我们是一家人、一家亲。再次感谢香港建筑师学会、澳门建筑师学会以及其他成员协会一直以来的倾情支持，向你们表达敬意。
Looking back, there is a long tradition of exchanges and cooperation among ASC, HKIA, and AAM. We have conducted a wide range of scholarly activities and groundbreaking explorations on academic exchanges and professional cooperation among our architects, which have greatly facilitated the prosperous development of the architecture industry. It is especially worth mentioning that during the UIA General Assembly held in Copenhagen this year, under the strong support of HKIA, AAM, and other HKIA member institutes, ASC, together with the Beijing government, won the bid to host 2029 UIA World Congress of Architects. All of these show a strong bond of brotherhood and that we are one big family. Once again, I'd like to express my appreciation and also my tribute to HKIA, AAM, and all the other HKIA member institutes for your steadfast support.
希望未来我们大家继续加强交流，深化合作，共同构筑亚洲建筑的交流网络，为推动亚洲建筑的国际影响力贡献中国力量。最后，预祝论坛取得圆满成功，谢谢大家。
I hope that in the future we can continue to deepen our exchanges and cooperation, jointly build an architectural communication network in Asia and contribute our strengths to great appeal of Asian architecture on the global stage. Last, I wish this forum a complete success. Thank you.
好，谢谢。
Thank you. Thank you for President Xiu Lung's inspiring words. Okay, let's warmly welcome Mr. Chan Cheng-bon Benny, President of Hong Kong Institute of Architects, to give an address. Thank you.
First of all, I thank you very much for invitation of me to attend this very meaningful event. Because at first I thought I would give the opening remarks in 普通话，所以我 that's why I prepare my speech in Chinese. So I think I need to do it in English, right? So I try try to translate it in English, okay? President Abu Aham, 肖龙理事长，蔡运璇理事长，孟建文院士，范岳院长，吴江主编，还有其他的内地澳门及香港的朋友，大家好And also the friends attending this this event in Fushun. So good day to you all. And also I'm very glad that I have the honor to give an opening remarks in this very good discussion forum. Right? Okay. We are now in the Greater Bay Area, the Shenzhen, okay? And actually, Greater Bay Area have many cities. And each city, like Hong Kong, Macau, Shenzhen, and also other cities, they have their own special geographical environment and also the district history and also cultural heritage. But one thing in common is that we have all gone through a stage of very rapid urban development in the last century, and also we have gone through the stage of industrialization. And after that, and we also have gone through a stage of elevation of the economy in all the district, the city in the Greater Bay Area. For example, in Shenzhen now is a very famous, one of the strongest city with innovative technology. Okay, so it is one of the city with the strongest industrial base for creative industry, and also we are very complete production chain. Okay, for all the industry. And for Hong Kong, we are now in international financial center, and then in Macau, which is a very strong city with very good tourism and also recreation facilities. So we all have our own strength, and then but we are all in the Greater Bay Area. And another thing in common is that during the process of the very fast urbanization of all the city in the Greater Bay Area, we all have gone through the stage of the over depletion of the environment, okay, and also the excessive pollution of the environment. But after that, we have also all gone through the stage that we try to reverse the polluted environment, okay. We have a lot of projects in Hong Kong, in Shenzhen, and also Guangzhou, and also other cities in the Greater Bay Area that we have tried to revitalize the old industrial district and also other urban area. And we have also done a lot of work trying to reverse the pollution we have done to our environment in the early part of the mid the century. In Hong Kong, we start the industrialization in the 1950s, and then for the mainland China, you start the 改革开放，在这个starting from the 1980s. So we have all gone through a similar stage, but although maybe a different time frame. Okay, so and also during this fast development in the district, we have also faced the problem: how do we accommodate or respect our cultural heritage, traditional buildings? Okay, the heritage building. How we can manage to retain this kind of collective memory and also the cultural or historical heritage in the fast development of our city. And in the forum today, I'm very glad that we have a lot of many experienced architects who will share with us their experience in dealing with this problem in the last century. And also in our fast development stage, we have also absorbed a lot of nutrients, a lot of the knowledge and also the latest trend of the architectural design in the world. And I think for mainland China, starting from the first generation of architects who have go to overseas to the Europe and also America to have education on the modern architecture, like Liang Shicheng. 自从他们 starting from the first generation of architects who have educated in Europe and also in America, absorbing the new modern architecture technology. The education of modern architecture actually has started very early in the mainland, before the Second World War. And also after the 1980s, okay, after the 改革开放以后，国内也有很多there are a lot of students, okay, from mainland China go to Europe and also to America to have received education of the latest modern architecture theory and also the trends. And then after that, a lot of them have come back to China and also to enrich bring back the new diversified idea bring to Hong Kong. And for Hong Kong, actually, and also Macau, I think we actually have started the education for modern architecture in our university after the Second World War. And also, at the same time, we also have a lot of students, okay, going to all over the world, like to Europe and also America, to receive the best architectural education in the West. And actually in Hong Kong now, every year, for all those candidates who sit for our professional examination, okay, to trying to become registered architect in Hong Kong, actually nearly half of them, okay, are actually graduated from university outside Hong Kong, from Europe and also America. And all these people, the architects, actually they come back from different parts of the world. They bring back a diversified idea, diversified knowledge from all over the world that enrich the diversified idea actually in the architectural professional in the whole mainland China, okay, China, Macau, and also Hong Kong, and also when they deal with the problem that I have just talked about, actually they have a lot of idea, a lot of inspiration that they have actually learned from the other countries. So that's why I think in a lot of cities in the mainland China and also Macau, Hong Kong, a lot of projects, architectural projects as well as urban development projects, actually they are up to the highest standard, international standard. So I think this is the one of the very strong things that we actually have a very high standard professionals in all the mainland China. So looking forward, okay, I'm looking expecting also like to have more collaboration and also communication, the professional and also the academic exchanges among the three areas, mainland, Macau, and also Hong Kong, okay. And also I also look forward, okay, to the UIA World Congress in 2029 in Beijing. We hope that we can also have at that time. I believe that we will have even much closer relationship and also more efficient collaboration and also exchanges of the architectural idea. Okay, so I'm looking forward to see you all in 2029 in Beijing. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, President Chang. President Chen, thank you so much for your encouraging words, and let's welcome President of AAM, Architects Association of Macau, Miss Christine Cho Wan-sen, to give us an address, please.
Good morning, good afternoon. So good afternoon, President of HKIA Abu on Zoom, and President of ASC Shoulong, President of HKIA Architect Benny, Editor Professor Wu Zhang and Professor Fan Yu. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed audience and friends and architects there. I'm Christine, President of Board of Director of AAM, Architect Association of Macau. It is a privilege for me to represent AAM here for this established forum. Firstly, congratulations to ASC and Tongji University on the success of taking on the role of Architecture Asia and presenting the theme of contemporary architecture in mainland China, Hong Kong, and Macau. Also, I need to express my gratitude to the organizer, Architecture Asia and Shenzhen University, for providing this exceptional forum for us to gather here together and discuss on this important theme. This forum represents a remarkable opportunity for us to engage together with profound architects who will share their insights and ideas. And through here, I believe will facilitate exchange of knowledge and experience. Macau, a small city, face unique challenges in the field of architecture.
Oh, yes.
Hi, Abu. As the limitation of land, rapid urbanization, and high demand of our tourism, which present challenges in terms of infrastructure development, transportation, and environmental sustainability. And with our rich history, diversified in cultural influence, and unique cityscape, our architects continuously struggle a balance between our cultural heritage preservation and balancing between urban development. Over the years, Macau has become a renewable global destination for gaming and entertainment, as you all know. The construction of large-scale integrated resort has transformed the city's skyline and urban fabric. However, with COVID-19, it presented a valuable opportunity for us Macau architects and Macau to reflect on our architecture and development. The city, once again, has the chance to reassess our urban planning strategies and shift the focus to a more diversified and sustainable tourism and entertainment industry. Again, our architects face the above challenges that compel them to create architectural solutions, which should be resilience, relevance to our time, and also culturally and ecologically sustainable, which simultaneously improve the quality of living for both our citizens and visitors. On behalf of AAM, I would like to express our appreciation through all the collaboration we have with ASC and HKIA and with all of you. And we really appreciate this opportunity as a platform, especially Architecture Asia, Shenzhen University, and other professionals that represent here today. We believe that if we all work together, we'll be able to promote and foster architectural excellence and promote great architects, which is very important. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of our Vice President of the Board, Nunu, Director, who's just outside coming over, who is also a very experienced architect and renowned architect in Macau. We're happy to have him here with us today, and we'll look forward to his talk later about Macau's architecture matters. In closing, I trust today's forum will be inspiring and meaningful discussion, fostering new connection, and provide valuable insight for all of us here. I wish every one of you a fruitful and enjoyable day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, President Christine, for your very inspiring words. And I see we have already had our President Abu back. So let's give the floor to President Abu.
Thanks, Minau, and I'm very, very much sorry that I was disconnected. And I'm facing a little bit problem because I'm joining through phone, which I'm not so familiar how I can operate Zoom through phone. So I cannot open my video and audio together. Okay, I'll start again. So, can you hear me, Minhao? Minhao?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning or afternoon, everyone present here today, either offline or online. On behalf of Acacia family, I'm excited to welcome you all to this second Architecture Asia Magazine Forum series. It is a joint effort with Acacia Asia Magazine ASC, HKIA, and AAM, with support from Shenzhen University, where we are today. This forum is a big deal for us, focusing on the modern architecture scene in mainland China, Hong Kong, and Macau. We have done previously with Thailand, one of the country from Zone B, representing Zone B, and now we are representing Zone C. Our today's theme is contemporary architecture in this area, Hong Kong, Macau, and China, and it highlights or showcases the cool things happening in architecture scenario of Asia. Today's event is very special to me because it is the last event, or I could say culmination of my term 2023 as president of HKIA. Thanks to the magazine committee for carefully planning everything. The teamwork for this AAM groups shows how HKIA brings people together to share knowledge, to disseminate knowledge. We are here both offline and online at Shenzhen University, making this forum a link connecting thoughts and ideas across borders, across beyond borders, beyond Asia. I hope these talks we will have today, goes beyond this room, adding to the bigger conversation about excellence of Asian architecture globally. Best wishes for a successful and interesting experience to all participants. I am eagerly waiting to see how today's discussions show up in the coming architecture magazine, Asia magazine, and also like to appreciate this initiative or this innovative process of growing and preparing a magazine through a discourse or a forum. I think this is a new approach. For that reason, a big thanks goes to the organizers. For example, ASC, HKIA, AAM, and Shenzhen University, and especially the Architecture Asia magazine team at Chongqing University. Special shout out to my friend, Executive Director Min Hao, and today's moderator. Under the leadership of Professor Wu Jiang, let's get started or dive in this discourse. Thank you all and enjoy the forum and wish us success.
Thank you, President Abu, for your encouraging. Oh, finally we can see you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your encouraging words and guidance to us. Thank you so much. And the next distinguished guest who is supposed to give us the opening address is Professor Meng Jianming. He cannot present himself in this physical space, but this space is sponsored actually by Professor Meng Jianming. So we are very grateful to his contribution, and we'd like to play a film recorded by Professor Meng Jianming, who is the academician of Academy of Engineer of China and the distinguished professor of Shenzhen University. Welcome.
各位专家、各位同仁，大家好，我是深圳大学的孟建民。首先，我要祝贺由亚洲建筑主办、深圳大学承办的亚洲当代建筑研讨会在深圳大学顺利召开。十分抱歉，我因为本人公务安排冲突的原因呢，不能够到现场和大家一起讨论交流，只能在线上给大家交流一下。我一直以来都十分重视不同国家和地区之间的建筑师的交流，这种不同视角下、不同背景下的深入探讨与交流，可以让我们建筑师汲取各方面所长，碰撞出新的思想火花，创造出质量更高、更优秀的当 当代建筑作品。在当下这样一个技术飞速发展、工艺不断更新迭代的新时期，我们也时常倡导站在未来思考现在的设计理念。我希望我们的建筑师能够以面向未来性、代表先进性的新技术、新工艺和新思维，作为我们当代建筑发展的指引，为当前身处沉淀期和转型期的建筑发展开拓新的领域和赛道，为建筑的发展与转型贡献出我们大家的智慧和力量。最后，希望与会的各位代表在交流过程当中，就粤港澳大湾区建筑创作的实践与理论畅所欲言，交流心得。预祝本次会议取得圆满成功，谢谢大家。
Thank you, Professor Meng Jieming. And next distinguished guest is Professor Fan Yue, who is the Dean of SAUP Shenzhen University. Please.
President Abu, 修荣理事长，陈会长，蔡理事长，还有我们武江教授，各位专家学者，大家下午好哈！我是代表我们深圳大学监规学院，也代表孟建民老师，欢迎大家哈来深大，在这么好的一个季节哈，来齐聚一堂，来探讨我们亚洲建筑哈。这个很高兴，也非常感谢武江校长和我们这个朱晓峰校友哈，把这个机会给我们承办哈。所以很高兴，这个会场呢叫本源中心，也是刚才我们孟院士啊这个牵头的一个研究中心，也属于我们深大监规学院。那这个中心呢，其实原来是一个旧的教学楼啊，改造的啊，这个原来都是一个中间的一个中庭啊，现在加了一个顶哈。也欢迎大家有空的话可以在里面转转，这里面有很多我们本源中心的一些理念呢，还有一些实践，有些智慧建筑的介绍，还有的医养。那么，今天呢，这个很高兴这个有这样的一个机会啊，来这个欢迎大家，因为我们深圳大学今年是40周年，在深圳应该是最老的了。这个我们建筑学院、监规学院也是最老的一个专业，当时是6个专业之一，是由清华大学援建啊。那么我们也是深圳最老的建筑学院了。所以这里边呢，我们上个月这个召开了这个叫庆典，我们40周年庆典，很多的专家都来了这个庆贺。其实大家都觉得在深圳这样的一个从无到有的这么一个发展过程中，我们深大建筑也发挥了很重要的作用，也是在这个我们中国的建筑教育历史上占有一席地位，是一个新生代的这叫新生代的样本哈，办学样本。我们也很高兴，我们有很多校友也在场哈。那么我们这个也出了一个集子，就在我们那个包里边，也欢迎大家哈，这是我们的一个院庆的一个介绍，欢迎大家翻看和提出宝贵意见。And 下面 So good afternoon, experts and scholars. I'm Fan Yue, the Dean of School Architecture and Urban Planning at Shenzhen University. It's a great honor for me to welcome you to Shenzhen University to participate in this Architecture Asia Series Forum 2 on behalf of all the members of SAUP. In September of this year, I represented the Architecture Society of China, 中国建筑学会, to attend the 20th Asian Congress of Architects, ARCA 20亚洲建筑师协会 held in Philippines. And it's a very nice experience. During the conference, I gave the speech titled The Development of Evolution of Universal Design in China to Asian Architects. So these cross regional events not only promotes China's architectural development on the international stage, but also offer the platform for Asian architects to exchange ideas and enhance the friendship. So this year is the 20th anniversary of Shenzhen University. Last month, we also celebrated the 40th anniversary of the School of Architecture and Urban Planning. So I'm glad to share with you the development and experiments of education, achievements of SUP. I hope that you could provide us with valuable suggestions for our future development. I wish the forum full success. Thank you. 最后再次预祝本次会议圆满成功。
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Fan Yue, for your inspiring words. And I would like to express again our deep and sincere gratitude to you and your university to give us a hand on the organization of this forum. And the next distinguished guest is Professor Wu Jiang, who is the chief editor of Architecture Asia Journal and the president of Architecture Education Society of ASC. Please.
Dear Mr. Abu, the president of HKIA, and dear Mr. Xiulong, president of ASC, and dear Ben and Chris, thank you very much for your coming. It's my great honor, and I'm very happy to have this forum today in Shenzhen. I would like to say this is the youngest metropolis of the world, and I don't know how many audience online today. So dear friends from all the member countries of HKIA, you are welcome to attend this forum. Since 4 years ago, we have taken over the running of this AAM magazine. We are always thinking about how should we to make this very important platform for the Asian architects, and not only the publish magazine, but also possibly to create discussion platform. And after many discussions with HKIA, OBCC, and OBNCC, and since last year, we created the first time forum, the topic on Thailand architecture. And actually, HKIA is a very large family. We have so many country members. So what we want to do is to try to make the certain issue of magazine to be more focused on the certain country member or certain regions. So this time is the second time we are focusing on the China, of course, and HKIA and AAM together with this Great China area. And we think this is very, very important topic because this region, you have been for a long time as the most active region in terms of the architectural development in the world. So lots of the experiences could be shared with not only within China, but also within the whole Asia, even whole world. So that's why we create this second series, more focused on China and Hong Kong, mainland of China and Hong Kong and Macau. In this moment, I would like to express my wholeheartedly thanks to, firstly, to HKIA, because if without they give us this opportunity, we cannot organize this forum. And compare with the other forums and events of HKIA, this one is more focused, particularly focus on the region and countries. So I would like to give my thanks to ACASIA. And of course, I would like to express my thanks to ASC, AAM, and HKIA. You give us a very strong support, make this event possible. And then I would like to express my thanks to the host, Shenzhen University. Without their support, it also wouldn't happen. And of course, we know last month they have a very big ceremony event, the 40 years anniversary of the university. So they, spend almost all the attentions. So just after that, they host this forum. So thank you very much for them. It's very hard work. And finally, I will express my thanks to my editorial team. They are working very hard and without experience. So all the young people not only put their attention to edit this magazine, but also to try to organize such kind of event. So thank you very much. And finally, I wish this forum a great success. And of course, I would like to also thank to my colleague. This time, we invite several guest editors from mainland, from Macau, and from Hong Kong. So I will also like to invite them, give some few words to be the welcome address. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Wu Jiang. So, as I mentioned, Professor Wu mentioned, without the support of our guest editors, we cannot have this forum. So, please, the first the guest editor who will give us address is Dr. Zhu Xiaofeng, who is the founding principal of Scenic Architecture Office and the guest professor of College of Architecture and Urban Planning, Dongji University. Welcome.
Thank you, Ming Hao, for introduction. Respectful President Abu, President Xiulong, Benny Chen, Christine Choi, Academician Meng Jianming, Ding Fanyue, and President Wu Jiang, and all the guests. I am Zhu Xiaofeng from Scenic Architecture Office from Shanghai. It is a great honor to be here as a guest editor, also one of the project providers of this issue of Architecture Asia magazine for contemporary architecture in mainland China. In the first quarter of the 21st century, the Anthropocene are facing the reshaping impact from sustainable development, social conflicts, and technological innovation. Architecture as an extension of mankind with both humane and technical backgrounds is no exception. The value orientation of contemporary architecture practices increasingly shifts to the engagements of either sustainability, social contribution, or parametric and AI generator. These tendentious directions, I believe, they already become leading forces for architecture to move forward on one hand, yet on the other, they also bring the retreat of the traditional core concepts, including space, tectonic, and typology, which have been fundamentals in architecture history. What would be the core value of architecture tomorrow? Does the ontological value of architecture still have power to reinvent itself? Can we establish positive mutual supports between the new directions and the previous fundamentals? I would like to use this editorial opportunity to collect 5 projects and 2 essays by architects and critics from mainland China related to these questions. The projects include the 4 studio houses in Ningbo by Yonghe Zhang, National Sliding Center for Beijing Winter Olympics by Li Xingang, Kingway Brewery renovation in Shenzhen by Meng Yan, Ruixue Multi-Hall in Chengdu by Philip Yuan, and Nine Terraces Bridge in Nanjing by myself. The essays include The Local Multiplicity of Chinese Architecture by Professor Wang Junyang, and Herbalism, a Trend in Contemporary Chinese Architecture by Professor Qing Feng. Although it is almost impossible to cover the full variety of practices and points in today's mainland China, these representative projects and essays demonstrate encouraging reflections, intelligence, and strategies from different perspectives, either prototype, site and tectonic, industrial heritage, parametric fabrication, or traditional typology, to contribute on the ontological quality of contemporary architecture. I hope today's forum will open up a more extensive discussion on the questions I raised. Thank all the participants and guests of this great event, and I look forward to abundant ideas and insightful debates from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zhu Xiaofeng, for your support. And the next guest editor is Professor Chong Wang Liang Thomas from HKIA, who is the Associate Professor of School of Architecture at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. President Abu, President Xiu, President Benny, and President Christine, also Dean Fan, and also Professor Wu Jiang, and all distinguished guests and friends. I'm Thomas Chung, Associate Professor of the Chinese University of Hong Kong. Actually, I'm representing as a guest editor, representing the Hong Kong IA, and together for this issue, we also have Joe Ma, younger architect. So we work together, and yes, we're very honored to be part of this this special issue. And I remember having Zoom sessions with Professor Wu, Ming Hao, and Professor Zhu, and also Nuno from Macau, discussing what we should do, and I guess something about repositioning, but also looking forward, and how we should also somehow work together, but keep some kind of distinctiveness. So when we got back to our own HKIA, I just wanted to say quickly how we work together, because it's very Hong Kong style. We made a task force that included many different members, from more senior and experienced to younger, members that may have more, newer ideas. And we came up with a whole list of projects and also, articles. And in the end, we selected somehow 4 projects, including the West Kowloon as one big project with smaller projects within. That was kind of, we thought was a clever way. And then also Tai Kwun, the former Central Police Station compound, transformation into contemporary cultural arts and cultural venue. These two somehow, I think, deal with and especially the 2 presentations today, which is the West Kowloon represented by the Palace Museum, and also the Tai Kwun. I think they somehow represent, on the one hand, kind of continuity of Chinese tradition and culture within Hong Kong, within in West Palace Museum in West Kowloon, but also projecting as an international global venue, right? That kind of the role of Hong Kong is very important, or we think should do that. Then Tai Kwun as the next kind of project, somehow for me works through, the last 170 years of Hong Kong, as a colonial, experience, right? And that also tells us about the heritage and identity of our place. Then the other two projects are more kind of fun and if by younger emerging architects. One is a small pavilion also within West Kowloon, but it's made of timber, right? Which is in the city of Hong Kong, a piece of timber architecture is still standing. I think it's maybe hopeful for more, alternative ways of making architecture in Hong Kong. And then the other one is also a series of very playful interventions within the inner city, high density environment of Hong Kong within housing projects, but playful kind of social architecture. And we thought that these two represent, if you like, the younger, more forward-looking or smaller scale architecture that's possible in Hong Kong, both challenging or trying to go beyond, conventional materials, using timber, and also the kind of conventional programming, architecture as a social, very much socially involved with people and community. So I think a very brief introduction and hopefully, two more essays I forgot, which again, by Wallace Chang, focusing on how the Pearl River Delta and turning into the Greater Bay Area, the role and positioning of Hong Kong. Within that, I think that gives us, rethinking of the background of Hong Kong. And then the other essay by Marco and Brian, Marco Siu and Brian and his team, which again characterizes how we kind of selected them as a team to write an essay and looking how the profession of architects in contemporary Hong Kong really goes beyond just designing buildings. And I think they will all, the 4 projects and the 2 articles will all share more today and see how that kind of compares and contrasts with our mainland and Macau counterparts, and hopefully that will give us the impetus to kind of complete the issue, which is the kind of the forum today is a kind of midway point, I think. Yes. So thank you very much. I look forward.
Thank you, Thomas. Last but not the least, the guest editor representing AAM is Nuno Solis, who is the head of the Department of Architecture and Design, St. Joseph University, who is an old friend, and he was the former vice president of HKIA, actually. Please.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon to all of you, and it's a great pleasure to be here. So I'm very glad to see so many colleagues and so many friends. For me, this is a special moment because we are discussing architecture in China, with Macau, with Hong Kong, and with China in this case, of course, within this network of ArcAsia. So it's 2 families that are very dear to me, and I'm very glad that we are able to discuss this. So the challenge that we have here is Macau, as you know, is very tiny. So what is the contribution that we can give to the discussion in terms of architecture in China? And what is the contribution that these 3 places, Hong Kong, Macau, and China, can give to the contemporary architecture in Asia? So I think that these issues are very interesting, and they are placing a question of identity. So what is the difference between Macau, between Hong Kong, between China? And what is also the contribution that these places can give to the international discourse in architecture within this frame of ArcAsia. And that was the mindset for this discussion, and that's why I enjoyed a lot to work with the guest editors to try to see what would be the approach from Hong Kong, from China, and from Macau. And our approach is that we are a city of contrasts. We are very small. We have urban fabric that is a tiny urban fabric, and we have some of the biggest buildings in the world. So it's really a city of contrasts. And we have an economy that is dependent on gaming industry that produced all this amazing architecture and huge buildings. And at the same time, the life of the city is quite vernacular, is quite rooted on the old traditions. And I'm not disclosing everything because that will be on the presentation later on, but basically it will be a story of contrast between these 2 scales. And sometimes, although they are contrasting, they have points in common, and we are discussing the contribution of locally relevant parametric architecture, both in China and in Asia. So thank you again for having me here. I look forward for this discussion today.
Thank you, Nuno. Thanks again for all the inspiring and encouraging words from our distinguished guests. So now I announce the starting of our forum. And sorry, we are a little bit behind our schedule. And we will have a photo together. The photographer will stand on the stage and give us a photo. Once again, yes. Who? 我来照。I don't know. Hand over moderator responsibility to Professor Liu Heng.
Yeah, control time. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to host and moderate this afternoon's keynote lectures. I'm Doreen Heng Liu, professor of School of Architecture and Urban Planning of Shenzhen University, also a director of a Greater Bay Area Design Innovative Lab. So actually, we have a very compact lectures this afternoon for 10 keynote speakers for only 3.5 hours. So, and then they are the 10 prestige keynote speakers from not only from our Greater Bay Area, Shenzhen, Hong Kong, and Macau, but also for the rest of China from Beijing and Shanghai. But we are really looking forward to their insightful and inspiring lectures. Without further ado, let me introduce our first speaker, also my professor, Professor Yonghee Chang. He's a fellow of American Institute of Architects. Everybody knows him. Founder partner and principal architect of Atelier Feichang Jianzu, and also a professor emeritus of MIT. He is educated both in China and the US. Since 1992, he has been practicing in China and established his studio with Lu Lijia Laoshi in 1993. He already won a numbers of prizes, such as 2000 UNESCO Prize of Promotion of the Arts and the Academy Awards in Architecture from American Academy of Art and Lectures in 2006. And between 2005 and 2010, he headed the architecture department at MIT. He also served as a Pritzker Prize jury member for the 2012 and 2017. The title of his lecture today, called "The House as a Prototype," is also my first time to listen to this category of his lecture. Let's welcome Professor Yonghee Chang.
Well, thank you for the introduction. My title is House as Prototype. Actually, the prototype is specifically an Asian one. So let's look at this. Oh, sorry. Let's look at this slide. I think most people have seen it probably too many times. A typical floor plan of a courtyard house in Beijing. However, today I'd like to bring up one point. not the courtyard, but rather if you look at the 4 major rooms around this house, they are all very similar in size and in geometry. So maybe only the northern room is slightly deeper than the others. Otherwise, they are all the same. So this organization, of course, is dictated by the courtyard. But however, the programs in these rooms are also totally exchangeable, put it that way, which means every room could be a living room and or dining room for sleeping, for studying and other programs. So that kind of not lacking the program and the space is something perhaps more Asian. So that's the most important point I would like to make. So from there, I'd like to talk about some of my work, starting with this sketch. I was in the US and I started to teach. I need a place to live. And then when I was going through the classified advertisements, there's one expression caught my attention. They always say 4-room apartment for rent. So immediately in my mind would be the 4 rooms I just talked about. But of course, in the reality, it's quite different. So I did the sketch and then moved on. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, 下面好，谢谢。Okay. So I did another sketch. So basically, the program here is represented by a piece of furniture, and then there are 5 different spaces. But it's not about one program matching the space next door, but rather you can imagine the furnitures, or rather the programs, actually can be put in any of these spaces. So there is really all sorts of possible combinations. And then I was entering a competition, and then try to put that kind of understanding of an apartment prototype into this mega structure. So I just show you very quickly, and basically it's a circulation in the middle, and on both sides of that circulation you can see a room, a set of 4 rooms again to be inserted as you see here into this mega structure. So each space has its own specific quality. However, it really depends on the resident. The person could pick the rooms, or rather the order of the rooms, and in a way to design his or her own life. And then back to this image. So that idea, of course, that was typical of paper architecture, has quite a bit of a distance from reality. For me, it's still today very important how a resident could participate in architecture design, or rather, as an architect, to really open up the way we think about content of architecture and the architecture itself. And then another interest of mine is glass house. Again, this image is rather like the plan of the courtyard house. You have seen it just way too many times. The reason I would like to put it up, because for me, a glass house is not this house or that house, but it was a type created as a major idea of modern architecture. In this case, of course, is a Farnsworth house, and then you can see there is a solid, or rather opaque roof and a floor, and then the vertical enclosure of this building is totally transparent. And then, of course, it's not an urban house. It couldn't be because it has really no privacy at all. And then, of course, Dr. Farnsworth owned a big piece of land, so that the privacy was provided because there's no any neighbors nearby. And then what would be an urban glass house became, was, for me, quite interesting question. And then I started working with 4 rooms again. This is a set of plan to imagine a different kind of a glass house. If we could call the missing glass house a horizontal glass house, and here for the city, maybe we could imagine a vertical glass house. And of course, with a 4-room spatial organization. Here is the basement, this drawing, and with water heater and plumbing. And then this is the ground floor. This is where you enter, and then you can see this is a clothes rack and bathroom, and toilet and so on. And then one level up, and you see furniture, and then eventually you're in an empty, I don't know, it doesn't matter. But also I think it's a spiritual space. And so that way, so we could have solid walls all the way around, and then for the floors and the roof, they are glass, so that the transparency is oriented vertically rather than horizontally. The thing I didn't think about, I couldn't possibly imagine when I did the drawing in early 1990s. And then about 10 years ago, the building was built in Shanghai along the westbound. So I just show quickly how that house would look like. So that's the inside. You can see the juxtaposition of different levels and different domestic activities. And then, of course, you're looking up. You can see the sky and the bottoms of the furnitures. Rather probably unique glass house experience, but again vertically. And I was working on sketches to see who would be the ideal resident for the house. And then while I thought the 3rd century poet and thinker Liu Ling, one of the 7 saints or sages of the bamboo grove, would be the ideal person, because for him, the sky and the earth is his house, and then the architecture actually he considered as his clothing, so he stayed naked at home all the time. And so that's why I put those figures in there. However, they looked more like the Sankenchiku group of dancers from Japan rather than Liu Ling, perhaps. But anyway, and so you see photos of how people would relate to each other. And because our photographer, he was very much inspired by Liu Ling, so he decided to expose rather himself, both as the photographer, and to retell the story how the sky and the earth would be the house itself, and then architecture here is the clothing. So anyway, that's that. And then today, what we are working on right now is to add to the vertical glass house a horizontal glass house, to make the vertical glass house as open, as public as possible. We're building actually is gonna be finished in a matter of days. We're adding this piece in the shape of the shadow of the vertical glass house. So on the January 1st, the New Year's Day, at 11:30 a.m., the shadow of the vertical glass house would cover the horizontal glass house exactly like that. So this is last week. By the way, the photo is taken by Professor Zhu Xiaofeng because his office is next door. So he's been not only sending pictures and helping us to look at the construction and finding problems. And so anyway, there's a typological question, but also again is the prototypical thinking of spatial models for me is very important. It's really part of the very core knowledge of architecture. And then this is when the vertical glass house will open as a coffee house. I just want to give you a sneak preview of the way I think that the house would have a public side. So as you can see, this level will still have some furniture in there. And then on that spiritual space on the top, we like to put some light/seat. So it's actually a product you can buy online. It's not something we design. So while giving lights to the lower level, people can sit on them and enjoy coffee or tea. So that's that. And then I would like to go on to talk about the few prototype houses now will be in the Architecture Asia. It's a new issue. So this one is another glass house. I'm trying to asking the question, could a glass house be very transparent, but yet also has rooms? If you look at the classic examples of glass houses, not only Mies van der Rohe and also Philip Johnson's and so on, they only have one room because of the transparency. You can't cut up the space or inside of a house without blocking the transparency. Or maybe we could. So they started by thinking, doing drawings like this. I'm gonna go quickly. So basically you see a cruise form in the middle, and that's actually a hollow, transparent glass partition. And then that's one is built in Ningbo in this case last year. And if you look at from the ground level, you see this void of glass curtain walls. And then our dear photographer there and in one of the rooms. So the viewer is standing in the bathroom looking at a bedroom and then kitchen and dining and the living room. They are of the similar, actually exactly the same size, just like in the courtyard house. And then to provide privacy, first of all, the house has a wall around it on the outside. So it's not an ultraverted house, but almost like an introverted house, but yet it's transparent. And then we provided curtains for the washing area as well as the sleeping area. And then we moved the load-bearing walls inside, so we could have a perfect glass enclosure, as all the architects have been trying to achieve. So this one is finally not a glass house, okay, but it's a house with a courtyard in the middle. I just show quickly. So it's a different kind of a prototypical idea. It has to do with a dual houses. One is for living, the other is for working. And then in order to go from one side to the other, you have to pass through a courtyard. So in a way, the organization of the spaces in the house organizes the way the person would occupy and live in that house. And you go upstairs, and now you're in the living side, and then here is the other side. This is for a scholar, and then so that's why it's pretty much a library. And then that house actually brought to another idea, which is a house we built way back in 2002 in Beijing. It's a split house. So to use the same typology to develop a slightly different idea in order here to save trees and to make a courtyard between the enclosure of the architecture and the slope. So I go very quickly, and that's that house in Beijing. And then another one is to use a building element, which is a beam, to organize the entire house. And then you can walk on top of the beam, which becomes the circulation for the second floor. And then the other one is an inverted sloped roof, so that the roof, again, is an element which would bring the spaces together, yet also dividing the spaces at the same time. A studio for plastic artists, and with living quarters on the as a mezzanine on the second floor. So this is how the whole complex would be like. In our mind, it's more like a little village on top of the hill, overlooking the Dongqianhu in Ningbo. So I think that's pretty much the last slide. I just wanted to tell you, meanwhile, so we are working on this. It seems to be rather academic exercises of house design. We do also some more typical Chinese mentions, we meaning architects. However, while we were working with the developer, accepting the basic rules of the game for the suburbs, meaning independent, detached, big houses, we do question how that kind of organization of buildings would actually create a more livable environment, or actually a suburban house is really, by essence, is anti-city, because two individual separated buildings don't really add up to some kind of urbanity. So what we did is to say, okay, we can't put the buildings actually more organically together. Can we say, since it's on a hill already destroyed by development, we actually made a platform for each of the houses. All the houses are oriented all in the same direction, and actually designed by different architects. Avro Siza designed 5 houses here, and I think it's Sakamoto, Banben Yicheng designed 3 more there, and then we designed the rest houses. So at least for the entire peninsula, there's well articulated organization which would make all the houses into hopefully one piece of architecture. So it's no longer about topology but it's probably about urbanity and urbanism. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Professor Yung He. I have been to several of his houses, actually, including the one in Boston, because when I was his student at GSD, very insightful lecture. And I think, but unfortunately, we don't have any question Q&A section in these keynote lectures. But afterwards, probably if we have some questions, we can come up to ask Professor Chang. Our next speaker is Mr. Freddie Hai. He's the director of Rocco Design Architects Associates. He's a registered architect in Hong Kong with over 26 years of extensive experiences in the architecture field. He's currently a director at esteemed Rocco Design Architects Associates. Mr. Hai has participated in many architecture works in the numbers of iconic buildings in Hong Kong and mainland China, such as Hong Kong Palace Museum, 故宫博物馆, and the Carey Hotel, Hong Kong, China Unicorn, Hong Kong Global Center, One Peking Road, the International Finance Center shopping mall in Hong Kong, and Huawei Conference Villa in Shenzhen, just to name a few. Mr. Hai also served many different roles in the local institute matters, various of Hong Kong HKIA posts, as well as government committees since 2005. He's currently a council member of HKIA. His lecture title today is called Traditions of Modernity in Dialogue. Let's welcome Mr. Hai.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Professor Jiang, for your wonderful and beautiful houses. Very poetic and very nice. Thank you. We learned a lot from it. Today I'm going to talk about Palace Museum and use it as an example to illustrate a case study for how you blend in dialogue, blend in modernity and traditions. We all know Palace Museum in Beijing, and it is a very different setting from the Palace Museum in Hong Kong. Basically, the palace was built and the city was built afterwards around it to evolve around it as using it as a center. But in Hong Kong, it's very different, the setting. We basically have built the city, and then we have assigned a place for the new site for the museum address. So the idea is to find a place that is befitting to the museum, and then the museum has to respond to the city, which is a very modern, very urbanistic setting. This is the outlook of the building. We have identified a few key important principles. First of all, the urban culture, which is very Hong Kong. Everyone knows that Hong Kong is a very hyper-dense city, and it is a character of Hong Kong. And secondly is the visual culture. Of course, it's a museum. It houses all the artifacts and antiquities from the past, but it is also itself a symbol for the visual culture, for the museum aspects. And then lastly, the spatial culture. When we talk about Palace Museum in Beijing, we think about the courtyards, the sequence, how you enter into the spaces in a sequential logic. And we want to capture that. We want to use that as an inspiration to organize the internal spaces of the building. So based on the three principles, we also look at the different artworks of various dynasties in history. It is very difficult to pinpoint whichever one style is representative of Chineseness. Okay, so what we've identified is in a a approach to the aesthetics of the building in terms of showing the majesty in poise, the serenity in balance, the uniqueness of colors and textures, and the subtlety in glamour. We want to express these four qualities in the buildings so that when you look at the building, it doesn't need to be resembling anything, but you depict the Chineseness from the building. So this is the outlook of the building. A lot of people ask us why is taper? Why it is tapered? Is it figured like a boat or like a headset? We weren't thinking about that actually. We weren't thinking about what it looked like. But instead, we were thinking in the Palace Museum in Beijing, the negative space is just as important as the positive space. The negative space contrasting with the buildings. So the very first strategy we adopted is how do we make a public space in front of the building? If you look at the plan, you'll notice that to the east side of it, we have allowed for a plaza, a large public space, and we are very conscious about the scale and the proportion of this space. So what we've done is we actually push the ground floor back to create this space in a better proportion. And because we pushed it, the building looks like it's leaning forward. This is a result of how we want to create this space, this public plaza in front, rather than thinking about the shape of the building. The result is the plaza outside, and it is implied, if you notice this curved feature on the floor, it is implied by depicting the same geometry as 金水河, 金水河, in the entrance plaza of the Palace Museum of the Palace in Beijing, as in the 金水河 here. So from here, you can see in this slide, this is an indicator of the palace, of the plaza that we try to create in front of the Palace Museum. And then it is set along this axis, which at the top of this, it is perfectly aligned to the West Kowloon central axis. In Hong Kong, it is impossible for us because of the lack of space to create a kind of space like in Beijing. But we try to respect this axial relationship of the building with the rest of the city. So from here, you can see that this is the Jinshui He reference. It is not just a reference, but it actually is a lighting concept. It's also a skylight for the space below. So at night, it's lit up, and it has become a different kind of a feature compared to the water feature in Beijing. Next, I'm going to spend some time to talk about the external facade, the cladding system. Basically, the building has a double skin concept. The double skin is evolved from, on one hand, the need for environmental protection, but on the other hand, it has a reference to the past, a reference to the robe, to the gown, the emperor's gown that is surrounding the building. So we want to have this double skin to express the royalty of the building, making a very subtle reference to the past without being too explicit about it. So this is a double skin system. On one hand, it is an environmental feature that protects the building from the very hot summer, the sun and also it's also deflecting the noise from the concerts, from the open the art park, where they sometimes host rock music concerts. So we also make reference to the configuration of this endlessness, this external form of the cladding, which is a continuous loop, signifying the never-ending, the endlessness of the continuation of the Chinese culture. We actually take some time to look at how to build this facade system with lots of options, really hundreds of them, trying to think of a way to express the subtlety and the craftsmanship of the configuration. And we made models and tested with different configurations of the holes. And we also take reference from traditional crafts and artwork to develop this gradual change of form from on one side, which is a very straight edge, and gradually changing to the concave structure towards the edges of the building. And this gradual change gives the building a very subtle formal texture, both in terms of the overall size and also in terms, when you look at it close up, you'll see more and more details being reviewed. And I'm just going to flip through this. And in picking the color for it, we try to mimic of course, one of the idea is to pick a color that is representative of the artifacts that is going to be housed in this museum. So what we're trying to depict is this yellowish, faded yellowish color that is, as you can see in most of the old historic scrolls in Chinese paintings, this faded yellow color. And we want to make this a very glamorous yellow under the sun, but most of the time it is not so bright. It is quite subtle. And so we picked this color and tried it with different options of the perforations to see how to reflect this subtlety of a very light, silky gown over the building. It's not just a perforation, but the supporting frames behind is also making reference to 冰裂纹 on the icy cracks on some of the historic artifacts. Altogether, we have over 4,000 pieces of this external cladding on all four sides of the building, and the repetitive panels came up to not more than 10%. So every one of them is almost like tailor-made. So we have to do it with the help of computer. And you'll notice that at certain part of the building, we have a solid box jutting out, and it is cladded with corten steel. And the reason why we decide to use corten steel is we recognize the fact that all these artifacts came from the historic past, and not all of them came out good as new. Some of them are dug up from the dirt, from the earth, and a lot of the colors are faded, or even there's a certain imperfection to it. So what we wanted to do is to introduce this element of time in the metal, in the material, and so we decided to go for a corten steel material for a certain part of the building. And this is some structural analysis of the external cladding system. We did all the detailed design for the cladding system, and to make sure that the cladding is holding up during typhoon and all the practical considerations. And with all the testing and mock-up inspections we have actually done many mock-ups. This one we did it in China. We did several options of it. If you notice in this slide, all the panels are slightly different. We're testing out the different sizes of the perforations. And we even hoisted it up at the height that is supposed to be, to look at it from ground floor, to make sure the effect that we want would be visible. We tried it with different lighting system and decided that we don't want any light to it. We had an idea about the lighting scheme, but it didn't show up very nicely. So in the end, we decided just to take out the light. This is one, I think this is one example of you discover something that is different from what you expected on drawings compared to what you see in reality. So the lighting is one thing. We tried it out, but it wasn't as one model to see some of the detail and how each panels come together, especially at the junction, at the edges. If you look closely to this slide, you will see that this edge here is actually in an S shape instead of a straight line. So we found that when we did this, and then we realized it is quite deceptive when you look at it in the model, in the 3D model, compared to what you see in real. We also try to match the joint line with the different studs that comes out from the panel, from the perforations, and how each joint are joined together. Then we make another mock-up on site. This one is testing out the waterproofing, the supporting to the concrete walls at the back, and also the colors. It is actually at this point that we decided to opt for a slightly richer color than what we expected, because the color, when we see it from bright daylight and comparing it to when we see it in an overcast and cloudy day, will look completely different. Eventually, you can see that this is exactly the kind of result that we want. At certain time of the day, when the light angle is at a certain angle, the geometry of the building is completely revealed, and you can see this sheen, this beautiful sheen across the building, which is exactly what we want. And you can see the different condition at the edges, and the whole thing will look very light, very silky, very knowing that this is actually an aluminum cladding system, it doesn't look as heavy as it would otherwise be. Then I would like to talk about the interior. For the interior, we look at a few principles. We noticed that as I said before, we are very conscious of the fact that the Beijing Palace Museum was built along the central axis, and in traditional Chinese architecture, there's always this sequential relationship between the different courtyards and different houses in a sequence. And we noticed that not just in architecture, but in calligraphy, but in Chinese painting, even in the natural landscape in China. There's always a poetry in layering, a fluidity in sequence that we want to capture. So by using this axis, we want to twist it. Instead of having one continuous route all the way up to the top, we stack the different atrias one on top of the other, but every time as you move up, you twist it. We twist it 90 degrees. So it is twisted twice as we go up to the space, and every time it is twisted, it is responding to a different part of the Hong Kong scenery. So it is like the traditional courtyard house, but we always use this grid and maintain the central, the fifth compartment, the central grid unchanged, but rotating the grid 90 degrees every time, for every story we go up. So if you look at the plan, as you enter, the first atrium is facing towards the east. Then we go up 2 floors, the atrium is swapped and rotated to face south, looking directly to Victoria Harbour. And then going up again, the atria is facing west, looking out to mainland, to Lantau, and to the west. And the resulting interior is signified by this escalator system and the roof and the ceiling. This ceiling is of course inspired by the roof tiles of the Beijing Palace Museum. And as we go up, you see on the second floor there is grand steps where you can take a momentary rest and continue your journey up through these different spaces and variations of the interior articulations until you reach to the top on the 4th floor and look out to the Lantau Island. So in short, we would like to show a changing scene as one traverses inside the interior, and also a flow of light, the appreciation of the flow of light as you move around the building. These two are the most central theme that we would like you to enjoy and appreciate when you are inside the building. And as you do so, you will be in the dialogue between the past and the present to see the new, the contemporary, sandwiched and contrasting between the different artifacts and histories from the past. Thank you very much. This is my presentation today. Thank you.
Thanks, Freddie, for sharing with us many details of Palace Museum in Hong Kong. I went there a month ago. It's a very unique experience. Thank you very much. Our next speaker, Professor Xingang Li Xingang, our newcoming academician of Academy of Engineering of China. He is just officially received a certificate the day before yesterday, before coming to Shenzhen. Actually, Shenzhen is the first city he visited after he got this very prestigious certificate. He also is the youngest academician of Academy of Engineering of China in architecture. So congratulations, Xingang. So actually, we already had all his introduction. So the chief architect of China Architecture Design and the Research Group, and he's also a winning of many important awards, the national awards in our country, and also a lot of Olympic projects done by him. And also, I think I have to mention, he also engaged a long-term, not many people, architects, doing that in China these days, long-term research and practice in the architecture design and establish a theoretical and technical system of, for the architecture and the environmental interactive design and construction with integrated geometry and poetic scenery theory, and engineering integrated architecture methodology as its core. So surrounding his research interest and his practice, he already landed many, as I said, many important projects in our country. So let's welcome Professor Li Xingang.
Thank you, Professor Liu Heng. You know me better even than me. Thank you. Dear people, good afternoon. I'm afraid I cannot finish in time, but I will try my best. My title report is Modernity of Chinese Architecture. In the history of Chinese architecture, Mr. Liang Sicheng proposed the formation of distinctive architectural features is due to two factors: those who belong to the physical structure technically taken and developed, and those who are due to the tendency of environmental thoughts. This assertion clearly demonstrates how the two elements, environment and technology, are essential to architecture. The picture on the left is the survey drawing of the east hall of Foguang Temple in Wutai Mountain, completed by Mr. Liang, with majestic bracket sides and far-reaching eaves. This drawing, using technology to guide the artisan, reinforcing the infinity of space, expressing the meaning of Mr. Liang's proposal of physical structure technically taken and developed, which is derived as a link between technology and poetics. The picture on the right is panoramic watercolor painting of Foguang Temple by Mr. Lu Sheng. The architectural complex is situated on the mountain, cascading in different heights, sitting in the east and facing to the west. Mountains like Buddha's radiance. The artificial interacts with nature, realizing the scene in the heavenly realm, which illustrates the tendency of environmental thoughts proposed by Mr. Liang, and extends to the interaction between the architecture and the environment. So the first part of my report is the interaction between architecture and nature. In the relationship between the artificial and the natural elements varies greatly from different cultural contexts. The same as the emperor's tomb, the pyramid on the left is famous for the huge volume, geometric precision, which I called a self-formation of the artificial. the Qingdong tomb complex on the right is dependent on the situation of landscape and the mutual survival, which I call the mutual creation of the artificial and the natural. I believe that the interaction between architecture and nature is a traditional Chinese philosophy of space creation. Building on this premise, I propose the idea of integrated geometry and the poetic scenery. Environmental situation, man-made and nature work, structural field, narrative space, situation and poetic scene are the 5 organic elements that combines to form a paradigm of realistic and ideal space creation, emphasizing the interaction and of the artificiality with nature. Whereas in the mutable present, nature is also diversified. At the same time, architecture needs to interact with these natures, whether original or artificial, rich or barren, heavy or bland, in different ways. So regarding to the previous architectural practice of my team, I selected 4 pairs of projects allocated, and through the management of the environmental situation, man-made and the nature work, structural field, narrative space, situation, and the poetic scene, we formed 8 different kinds of poetic scenarios in which the architecture interacts with the nature and the universe coexists with humans. So this is Jixi Museum and the gymnasium of the new campus of Tianjin University. And this is the Museum of Xinadu and the Silo Pavilion, Beijing Shougang. And this is the renovation of number 28 Dayuan Hutong, Beijing, and the 3rd space complex in Tangshan. And this is the Chongtai project in Hebei Chongli, and the culture center of for sect of great craftsmen in Anren, Sichuan. So the second part of my report is the link between technology and the poetics. The technology and the poetics seem to run counter to each other. It is manifested in the 3 aspects. The objectivity of technology requirements requires the objectivity of technology requires it pointing to the measurability of being calculable and simulatable. Poetics, on the other hand, is vigor and unmirable. Technology points to the future and the unknown, but poetics originates from the continuity of traditional culture and the empathy between the contemporary and the ancient. Technology is a people-oriented poetics. On the other hand, technology is people-oriented, but poetics is seeking the unity of the universe and mankind. However, these 3 sides of contradictions seem to suggest 3 ways for us to operate between the technical and the poetics. So the first picture is by precisely calculating and simulating the spatial light environment. This art installation by Aliasson realize an indoor artificial sunset that transforms the measurable and the immeasurable. The middle image is the Tanggong Night Banquet program, which is a big hit in Henan Spring Festival show, integrates traditional poems and paintings with modern song and dance through 5G, 5G plus AR technology, realizing the organic combination of tradition as well as the present and the future. Meanwhile, the right picture, the Sky Eye project with its high sunken and permeable location realizes the harmonious symbiosis and poetic dialogue between man-made giants and the natural landscape. It transforms the scientific infrastructure which serves human beings completely into the sky eye that unites universe and mankind. Based on this, I proposed the engineering integrated architecture method to inspire the interaction of the architectural space, form, and landscape creation with functional processes, structural construction, environmental regulation, digital construction, and other in engineering scenarios to advocate technology guiding intentional craftsmanship. So the third part of my report uses the National Sliding Center Snow Flying Dragon to illustrate how our team have applied the above ideal methods and to express the modernity of Chinese architecture in our practice. Throughout the design and construction of the Yanqing Olympic Zone, we faced a series of challenges such as complex terrain, high-rush complete, fragile high-rush climate, fragile ecology, and to build world-tier venues. Responding to the technical challenges in these aspects, the composite experience of spatial sports and public environment, the cultural continuity of villages and ruins, and the poetic symbiosis between the venues and the terrain of landscape, and other humanistic needs also have to confront. The snow flying dragon is one of the major sub-disciplines of the Yanqing competition zone, located in the southern foothills of Yanqing Xiaohaitou mountain valley. It covers an area of 9.5 hectares with building area of 59,000 square meters. And the snow flying dragon, like a dragon hovering in the mountain streams circling, hosted 3 Olympic events of bobsliding, luge, and the skeleton. The venue is built on the mountainous terrain with a high north and a low south, spanning 800 meters from north to south. The maximum width of the 300 meters from east to west, and the venue had difference of 141 meters. The average slope of the site around 16%. The total length of the track is 1975 meters, with an altitude drop of 127 meters in 16 curves, with maximum speed of 135 kilometers per hour and a maximum acceleration of 4.9 G. Focusing on the core design concept of the Yanqing Olympic Zone, mountain forest venues, ecological winter Olympics, the venue design comprehensively considered the challenges of the mountain and the forest environment on the planning and the construction. To build a winter Olympic venue where specific sports not only meet the requirements of exciting events, but also become compatible and symbiotic with ecological mountain and forest environment. Bobsleigh is known as the Formula One of snow ice sports, with strict requirements for competition venues. Highly specialized sports. There are only 16 standard bobsliding venues in the world, and 2 of which are located in Asia before Beijing Winter Olympics. So at the beginning of the design, the snow flying dragon became a challenge started from scratch. The innovative technology and the measures adopted by snow flying dragon have filled the blank of this engineering and the construction field of our country, and those process of track and venue design have has been examined and certified by the International Olympic Committee, International Sports Organization, and the Beijing Winter Olympic Organizing Committee, reaching the world's leading level of the same type of the venues through international authentication. So the National Sliding Center was finally placed on a narrow ridge facing south at the southern foot of Xiaohaitou Mountain, which can negatively affect ice making and retention process at the venue to some extent. In order to minimize the impact of the sunlight radiation and other climate conditions on the track, our design team has developed terrain weather protection system, minimizing the impact of the solar radiation, wind, rain, snow, and other climate conditions on the quality of the track and the safety of the race, while taking into account energy saving and the demands of the sports matches. The terrain weather protection system ensures the more than 98% of the track is shielded from the solar radiation and other climatic factors to achieve the energy saving control goal of turning the south slope into the north slope. In response to the design and the construction of the venue depending on the narrow and the compact mountainous terrain, design team has independently developed a beam integrated design technology for outdoor venues and buildings in complex terrains. Joining the site beam design on top of the traditional architectural beam design not only guarantees the effective track's climate protection strategy, but also accurately controls the site and architectural measures and architectural models of the different functional zones, enabled a high degree of fitting between the venue and the site, and also a high degree of fitting between the human body perception and the natural environment with new digital design tools. The turns in the track are the hot spot of the sport, and the different turns have different competitive characters and spectator features. The snow flying dragon features a total of 16 turns with different angles and inclinations, including turn number 11, a super 360 slalom turn. Facing the facing the ultra long three-dimensional shaped track design, design team also innovated and developed the track digital precision design and generation technology. In order to build the ultra long thin shell concrete track with different positioning and precision control, the design team also innovated and developed an integrated model technology for the track. Based on the track digital precision design and the generation technology, we successfully constructed the mathematical relationship of human-machine loop to reveal the characteristics of the slice movement. And inversely created the track design and measurement adjustment method based on the equations of the slice movement. At the same time, the calculation results from the track core design technology can provide athletes with the instant racing track trails, providing reference for athletes' tricycle preparation, and help the Chinese steel-framed snowmobile program to realize zero breakthrough in Winter Olympic medals. The roof of the track adopts one direction cantilever, forming a column 3 space on the audience side. A counterweighted precast concrete slab was installed on the opposite side of the cantilever to reduce the uplift force along with forming the structural floor of the roof walkway. The continuous track divides the venue into two isolated space. During the match, the spectators, coaches, and our staffs often have to cross between one side of the track and the other, and therefore the special access need to be provided. Along the entire track, there are full sets of spanning passages. Spectators, coaches, or staff members follow the stairs up to the passage level, cross the track along the passage, and then descend to the observation area on the opposite sides. Our design team incorporated an awning waiting system and facilities to serve spectators across the rooftop, an extra long trail system that runs over the entire track. Above the roof walkway, full viewing pavilions together with the steel and the timber combination of wooden beams form a unified structure. a complete rooftop viewing system consisting of structural weighted walkways, cross roof passage, and rooftop viewing pavilions seems to be a long mountain corridor above the racetrack, encoding the geographically scaled landscape environment with a building length of nearly 2 kilometers. The rooftop viewing system also concerns the physical dimensions of the users during the matches of recreational roaming. On the one hand, watching the high-speed racing under the roof, bringing people tension and excitement, which results in a sense of human exploration and the conquest of the natural limits. While on the other hand, touring along the rooftop walkway allows people to experience the joy of traveling and viewing, and to experience the intervention and integration of human beings into nature by immersing themselves. The design and the construction of Snow Flying Dragon utilizes natural materials extensively, such as roof tiles and gabion walls made from construction rubble. And the building blends into the surrounding mountains environment harmoniously between the traditional and the contemporary. So if the material selection is passive objective fading, then the interaction between architecture and nature is an active subjective fading. The rooftop observation system enables people to interact with and immerse themselves in nature by means of path guidance and interface settings in architectural aspect, so that the large venue seems to vanish into the mountainous environment. From a passive solution to functional needs to an initiative to create a spatial context, the design of Snow Flying Dragon allows people, whether under the eaves or on the roof, to feel the interaction and the connection, as well as extending and accommodating between the structure and the environment. When spectators or visitors travel on the rooftop walkway, the huge track and venue seems to disappear. The large tiled roofs spread out and rest on their sides creates a unique close-up view, as if they were walking through a valley, while the roofs of the building continues to extend and the endless landscape stretches in the distance. The Snow Flying Dragon is a high-speed sports venue with special shape consisting of various consecutive curves on the mountain ridge. Along with the rooftop observation system and pavilions designed in conjunction is a kind of artificial modification superimposed on the original orientation, resulting in a seemingly elaborate design, layout, and guiding passes. As the night grew late, the track seemed to be a white strip floating in the air, and a bobsledder driving a red car skidded along the wall at a high speed and then disappeared into the night sky surrounded by the Haitou mountain. In addition to the National Sliding Center, each of the three sub-disciplines of the Yanqing Olympic zones use the three modes of interoperability between technology and politics. The National Sliding Center realized the multiple experience of special sports and landscape travel. The Winter Olympic Village in the middle realized the integration and the coexistence of new construction and legacy with traditional courtyard layout. And the Alpine Ski Center on the right realizes the interformation of large-scale venues and the natural landscape. And this is our nearly completed work of the 9th Bi-City Biennale of Urbanism Architecture in Shenzhen, titled Yanqing Olympic Park 2062. With dual carbon as the background, with cosmologies as the clue, and in the form of the 8 scenes in traditional Chinese culture, we are trying to find a way to link and interoperate between the future technology and the poetic experience. In our vision, a series of forcible future technologies will transform and upgrade current sites, venues, and facilities into wind, hydroelectric power plants, semi-outdoor office and residential villages, 3-dimensional agricultural farms, and eco-sports parks, creating a highly efficient, high-tech, and high-energy poetic habitat. These 8 scenes also adopt the 3 aforementioned modes of technology and the poetic interoperability. The wind dancing on Silver Mountain, night rain on the first wind dancing on Silver Mountain, the second night rain on Melt River, third twilight snow between river and sky, fourth mirror down shadows the sky, the fifth flying the mountain racing the valley, and the sixth floating lanterns echoing in the evening, seventh livestock farming on a sunny day with breeze, and eighth dragons traveling through green valleys. So the dragon traveling through the green valleys adopts the high performance coating material without refrigeration for the track, and the ecological restoration technology of the wood tile cultivation medium. The competitive racing under the roof is tense and exciting, and the people on the roof are traveling and resting on the sinuous walkway between the green slopes, which is a harmonious coexistence of man and the future. Through the series of architectural practice work mentioned above, my team and I have gradually built up an interactive design system based on the concept of integrated geometry and poetic scenery, and engineering integrated architecture methods to realize the interaction between architecture and nature, and the link between the technology and the poetics. So this is also my interpretation of the modernity of Chinese architecture, which is a future which artificial and natural elements are in harmony and symbiosis, I guess. Thank you all.
Thanks, Xingang, for a very thorough and insightful lecture. As the same generation architects, we are very jealous with Xingang's always can get a very huge scale project and have is able to deliver actually is many, not only the tradition and also the being contemporary and also future, and also the technological results, marry the technological result and the warm concerns of human people's experiences. It's very, very impressive projects. Thank you, Xingang. And actually, before we are leading for our fourth speaker, we are going to, because our time is already an hour late, so we are going to cut short the two tea breaks. So it's we have tea, afternoon tea is on your right-hand side. So just feel free if you get some coffee or tea. But we are going to continue carry on the following few sections. So our fourth speaker actually is Mr. Charles Gong. Is also a director of Rocco Design, Architects Associates. He has expertise in the detailed design development, also the project management on the huge scale, larger scale projects in Hong Kong. Many non-projects actually done or led by you. IFC and also Hotel Icon. Most famous one actually is Daguan. If many people have been there, it's a central police station. So let's welcome Mr. Gong.
Thank you. Good afternoon. When we talk about conservation, I think one of the most major concern is we're trying to preserve the historic fabric as much as practicable. However, in a revitalization project, because the project will be open for the public, so structural safety is always a concern, and it will induce some kind of alteration. So in the process, how can we make these alterations as invisible as possible through some innovative idea and study and engineering? So I'll give you some details for this project today. Okay. So this is Daguan. They situated in the middle of the central business district in Hong Kong. You can see it is it's a compound composed of 3 decay monuments amongst a forest of concrete. So in the middle of the city, this is a compound. Actually, it's composed of 3 decay monuments. One is the police station compound, one is the central magistracy, and then the previous Victoria prison. So it's aimed to revitalize, transform this project into a center of heritage, contemporary art, and leisure facilities for the citizens of Hong Kong and also for the visitors. There's some historic photos of the compound previously. This is the D Hall, one of the prison compound, and nowadays we have one wing of this D Hall is still being preserved. This is the barrack block in 1864, and then it has been added 1 floor at top in 1906. This is the central magistracy, and then the police headquarters, Victorian prison compound. This is also one of the interior view of a typical prison cell hall. So the project started in actually 2007, when 2006 the compound is being decommissioned, and 2006 the Hong Kong government with the Jockey Club announced that they will plan for revitalization of this whole compound. And there's a process of engaging the architects and consultants. And then in 2011, the project started with a contractor, with a management contractor. And in 2018, we obtained occupation permit from the local authority. And then it's open for the public on the same year.
So this is the consultant team. You can see the design architect Herzog de Miron with the conservation architect from UK, Purcell, and then we as a local executive architect with other supporting consultants. So this is the whole compound with the historic building and 2 new buildings. And actually the extent and height of the 2 new buildings is actually confined by the planning department, because under the planning requirement, it is confined that to only these 2 spaces we can build further up, further high, but it's limited by a height restriction. So because previously this is a prison compound and also a police station, so you can imagine the security is a major concern. So they are all being surrounded by a retaining wall or fence wall made of granite. So the first objective of the architect is trying to reconnect the whole complex with the adjacent context. You can see the Lan Kwai Fong on one side and the Soho district on the one side. Previously, they are kind of broken by these compounds, but now we try to reactivate the connection. And then also the mid-level escalator, we're trying to make a connection to them. So this is the connection that I just mentioned regarding to connect the compound with the mid-level escalator, so that people can go very conveniently from the MTR. And then because of this sloping hill going upside in central, so actually they are composed of 3 platforms of more than 10 meters level difference. So how we can make a very quick connection between within this compound is a major challenge. So we try to create the horizontal, the east-west and the northeast connection, and try to connect back to the city fabric. And this one is the north-south corridor connection. We call it Tai Kwun Lane, where you can have an express route when you are standing at the lower platform. We call it the parade ground. The parade ground that you can connect from the parade ground through a newly created Tai Kwun Lane with an express straightway, go to the middle platform and the upper platform to the prison yard. And then similarly for the east-west, we can connect one side from the Lan Kwai Fong and then to the other side of Soho. So this is again, we show you some pictures. To go through the route, when you are at the lower parade ground, then you go through the steps from the right, you can see, and then with some newly connected link bridge, and then go through the prison cell, and then go to the upper platform. And then this is the east-west connection. So beside the connection with the adjacent, there's also connection between the new and old building. So you can see from this slide that the new building, this is the JC Contemporary, composed of gallery, mainly gallery spaces. They are connected to the adjacent F Hall, which is also a prison cell before, with a link bridge, so that they can act all together as a gallery space. And similarly, for another new building, we call it the JC Cube, which is mainly a multi-purpose theater auditorium, housing around 200 people. You can see they are also connected to the adjacent 2 prison cell, which is one is D Hall and then one is E Hall. And they are giving supporting space, for example, some acting at the backstage for the auditorium. So they are not stand-alone new building, they're actually acting together with the adjacent historic building. So this is just introducing the users. So in principle, the lower platform, because of more adjacent to the commercial district, it will be more of an commercial F&B uses. And on the upper platform, it will be more cultural on the auditorium gallery. But among the whole complex, we have some interpretation spaces that when you go into interpretation spaces, you can then know more history when you are walking around Tai Kwun. So for the new building, for conservation project, usually for new building, we try to make it, we can differentiate what is new and old. not trying to make any confusion to the public. And another thing the architect trying to do is to create a dialogue between the old and new. What is the design concept coming from, and what are they going to do between the new and the old? So you can see from these pictures, this is a JC Contemporary hovering above the Victoria Prison Compound. This is the JC Contemporary, the gallery space. This is the entrance foyer, the gallery spaces. And then this is the another one, the auditorium. We call it JC Cube. This is looking when you are standing on the, this is the open space outside inside the prison area. So this is a very interesting space below the JC Cube, which is flanked by two historic buildings on both sides, which create a very good outdoor spaces for casual performance. So when you are inside the auditorium, you can still look out to the open space, the prison yard. So what is, we call it behind the scene, and what we are trying to create a dialogue between the new and the old, that start with the bricks. The design architect, they have their idea for the external facade inspired by these prison wall, which is composed of granite with certain dimensions and method of construction. So inspired by this wall, they created the modern version, the aluminum brick, which is made of aluminum. And during the process, we have studied the proportion of the bricks and then try a lot of profile. And then this is the final configurations. You can see, actually, they with one module, you can say one mold, but through different cut in the same mold, it creates different openness of the same bricks. So when you're cutting further in, for example, type 4 will have a very big opening. They will be good for when you want to view out, or that is for mechanical ventilation for the plant room, for example. And then this is looking from outside, and then this is looking from inside out. And then you can see this is a typical illustration. You can see on the top, because this is the chiller plant supplying for the whole complex. So we create bigger openings for the ventilation. And for the middle, for the lower part, you can see there's some greater opening there. That is for the auditorium to view out. And then for some other area, for example, the lowest horizontal band, which is actually a steel beam. So we don't need to go see through the beam, so we make it all quite solid. And these bricks is actually made by 100% recycled aluminum. So we have the aluminum alloy from this alloy wheel, and then make to a aluminum ingot, and then cast into these bricks before we send it to Hong Kong. So it's with this composed amount, the whole projects have around 8,000 aluminum bricks, and then each brick is made from 7 alloy wheels. So altogether, we have around 57,000 alloy wheels being recycled. So this is the process for the casting in Australia. And then for the texture, actually you can, when you're standing closer to the building, the texture itself is actually is a 3D scan of the adjacent granite wall. So this texture is actually also a reflection and also having a dialogue with the existing retaining wall around the Tai Kwun complex. So some mock-up again is being made. And then this is the final outcome. So, so when you have a having performance inside, the people standing outside the prison yard can see what is happening inside. And similarly, when you're inside, you can also see what is happening outside at the prison yard. So for historic building, So we take some examples to see, you can see some methods that being utilized by the team in trying to make these, the visual impact of this alteration being minimized. So we have a lot of various of non-compliance of the code, of the current code for these existing stairs and landing. We have created a, this is the first of the time the local authority accepted this kinds of risk assessment. We analyze the stairs by different risk level by the nature. For example, the occupation level, the accessibility, the user type, whether they have an open well in between, the proximity to main circulations, balustrade height, etc. And then we can divide these into from a low risk, medium risk to high risk stair. So classified all the 16 stairs in the complex, and then we have a study and then composed a risk summary score, and then proposing some compensatory measure that is being trying to enhance by some management approach. So it can be some introducing some non-slippery nosing management plan, CTVP system, some warning sign, that kind of things, trying to minimize the risk of people from falling over the balustrade. So maybe some planters adjacent to some stair with a big void. Previously, in the early stage, we have these kind of study mock-ups. You can see we try to, the engineer tried to put some bracket underneath, which is not very ideal. But by calculation, we cannot justify the loading on the stairs. So we do a loading test. So the loading test will give you the most convincing result that it can tolerate the loading with the acceptable level of deflection. So by then, you can then preserve this beautiful staircase. So for the balustrade, there's also another very common concern for historic project. So you can see this is the barrack block with the balustrade, because you can see all the bottles, the gap is very wide and then the top is too low. So we try to create, you can see, and from the internal side, there's a handrail on the top and recessed. We're trying to make a kind of a notional plane. So because with this rail and adding the depth of the granite balustrade at the top, we create a very deep balustrade, which actually can prevent people from falling over. So with this method, we can actually many kind of mock-ups and study has been done before, but actually this is the final proposal. And then we need to, because there's no connection between the bottle at the top and the bottom, so we need to repin them to the structures, and then doing some load tests, and then we grout the bottle, because previously it's just a hollow bottle made of clay. So we grout the bottle, and then we add in the middle some steel rod to make the dimension less than 100 mm, and then we, as I mentioned, we add a top rail. But it may seem a little bit visible from this angle, but what we want to do is when you are standing on the prison, on the parade ground, when you look up, actually the handrail is concealed behind. And also the steel rod, because it's painted in black, you can't actually see it. So other structural justification enhancement, for the structural performance of the existing concrete stair, again, we have used some engineering approach, because by just calculation, all these concrete floor need to be demolished. But we have, the engineers have open up and see this kind of twisted wire inside the existing concrete slab, which actually can be referenced from some very old project in UK. And with this testing of the steel wire and the concrete, we got very satisfactory result of the strength, and then we are being able to preserve the green portion of the concrete floor. So again, some strengthening for these prison cell, for the arch. where we have steel arches that integrate with the architecture itself. And then we, before installing it, we also install some PVC plastic sheets. So in principle, these are all reversible. So this is the outcome of the arch with the strengthening. And then we also have deployed a kind of innovation approach, because for local authority, they haven't accepted this kinds of horizontal barrier, because you can see from the vertical balustrade around this central void is not compliant. And so we are doing a horizontal barrier actually with nets, so that we can preserve all the balustrade without any major intervention. So this void is actually very important for prison cell. You can see when you're standing below, the view, the transparency of the view is critical to be preserved. So again, we are using fire engineering approach for this Central Police headquarters, which is located at the center of this headquarter building. And we have 3 stairs, but actually we try to omit the center stair to be a escape staircase, so that we can preserve. But we are doing an engineering approach by justifying that just have 2 staircases, although they are inadequate, they have inadequate width for complying with the local code. But we are trying to use the fire engineering by adding some other fire insulation enhancement, so we can preserve the central stairs without adding any fire enclosure, because for fire stair you need to add fire enclosure. So you can see this central void can be preserved, and all these timber door, adjacent timber doors, which is more than 100 years history, can also be preserved without need to replace with new fire doors. So this is the final outcome. This is the base I mentioned. So at the end, we have awarded a award of excellence from the UNESCO. I think acknowledge the team innovative architectural and engineering solution behind this project. So thank you.
Thanks, Charles. Very impressive project, very rich and sophisticated, designed with a great respect to the history of the place. Very, very nice project, Dagon. Yeah, thank you. Our next speaker is my great neighbor. Actually, I have 2 famous neighbors in my on the same building of my my studio, actually in the OCT loft. One is Meng Yuanshi, the other one is Meng Yan. Yeah, and my closest neighbor. And he's a founding partner of Urbanus, everybody knows. And then is actually, he's also the chief curator for the 2017 UABB biennial. This year, the last year, the Kingway Brewery innovation, also done by Meng Yan, actually has won the numbers of great awards actually this year. Almost kill every other awards actually. This project is very unique, and then I know a lot of people have been there. So let's welcome Mr. Meng Yan to share this project with us today. Thank you.
Today's topic is intervening the city and reframing locality. Is this still valid to talk about local and locality in the globalized or even a post-globalized situation? So this is a quote. The reason why we still do architecture at a time when real estate crashes, public buildings becomes even more important. I think we still believe in the public architecture that can seduce people into the idea of urban life. This is a reason why we still do public architecture. Today I'm going to talk about quickly 3 projects. One in Luohu, one in OCT, and one in Shekou. which are very specific to the place. Luohu has been the Shenzhen's earliest developed area. It's always vibrant and chaotic like this. It has always a contrast of history and with contemporary. So this is the site we're talking about today. This little sliver of industrial, not even heritage, but remains or relics, not comparable to even 798 or Shougang, you know. It's very small. So the total floor area is only slightly over 10,000 square meters. So it's a sliver, but originally this site was a big factory, over 100,000 square meters. It's the brewery built in the early 90s. That was the original building. Brick is red color with tiles. It's an ordinary building. It's not something with glamorous kind of character, but it's very important to the people who live there, who came to Shenzhen as immigrants. So they drink this beer, they have their collective memory. So it's interesting to see the factories at the back. So the headquarters, and also in the middle a plaza called the beer plaza. So it's 前店后厂. It's very interesting, unique. So the collective memory is gone. Of course, the whole region now is under big transformation. But the silos remains. The unique experience are still there. It's out of the ordinary. And even the inside, some of the inside equipments are still well preserved at the time. But they are scattered. They are scattered, small scale, very shabby pieces. They are not together anymore. So what we did at the point, in terms of the scale, you know, this type of building cannot survive when all the surrounding sites are developed into high-rise and huge commercial development. So somehow make these scattered pieces into one connected whole to counterbalance the future development. So what we did is we developed in the middle layer is the existing buildings. So we developed an underground sort of plinth to connect all the pieces together. At the same time, to enlarge the scale by plugging in new pieces from the top. So in the end, it becomes a symphony of little pieces, but all connected to create this kind of spatial sequential experience. So if you look at the underground, it's almost like a labyrinth of spaces. It's all dig out from dirt, from underneath. So when you get up to the top, you see the original buildings. And you get to the whole section, you see the sequence. So for example, this wall, this retaining wall, was a big obstacle for the commercial development. So the client insists to get rid of the wall. But what we did is to transform the wall into a permeable situation to hold the whole industrial relics on the top. And it opens on the streets. So in the end, this piece of kind of scattered smaller building sites are transformed into a connected and a whole sequence of buildings. So in a way, it counterbalances the bigger adjacent shopping mall and the future development not happening at the moment. So because of the plinth, the interior becomes a enclosed plaza in between, and we cut holes and tunnels to connect the street and the shopping mall. So the industrial sites becomes a urban design, a small miniature of a city. So if you go from the front, you have multiple choices of routes. You can go up, you can go down, you can go anywhere. For example, this is the sunken square, was not existing before. Then you climb up the little tower, so you always lead to the top without knowing what's happening at the top. And you can choose different routes to come back. You don't have to repeat your route up. So in the end, you find a huge window towards the future development. So 5 years from now, the scene might change completely. So after the tower, you come to the second scene, which is this water treatment plant before. The new red pieces are added, routes. So you can either go from the bottom or climb up to the top. And you get into this tank and wind up to the light. So the light will lead you to the top. And when you come back, you can choose another line. So there's always multiple choices. So you feel that in the city, like in Hong Kong, you are free to move around everywhere. You don't have to plan your trip. And you encounter art, you encounter people. So in the middle is this water tank. We have also multiple choices. You can go up, you can go down below, and you can peek into the tank. And the central piece is this water treatment tank. So we crowned it with a kind of custom-made insulation piece by aluminum, and then opened the entire tank like a little square on the street. So it's free to sit down and have your lunch. On top is this pieces made of cast iron, cast aluminum. The little video is not really high-tech, but combines human efforts with digital technology. So it was done during the high time of the pandemic. So you can see all the pieces are connected together by hand and then by crane. There's a little 50 centimeter piece can connect to the large span, and with lights. So it becomes a space for art. It's a sort of an open space for all different possibilities. Even the symposium, the lecture hall is totally open, so it's like a city square, so you can walk in and out for free. And this is the during the Biennale time, drinking beer. So you actually, to make this historical site more live, by adding new contents and programs. We plucked out one silos, actually not one, 3 silos in the middle. So we create a plaza. It's almost like a kind of theatrical space in the middle. So at night, you can have different performances. And even within the silos, the stairs, the elevators, are plugged in. Also, the sound art can have their own interpretation. So the last piece is the connecting to the little hill next door. We have one layer added on top. It's open space. So this is exactly the last year, the same time of last year, it opens when Shenzhen opens up after the lockdown. So people flocked into this space and celebrate, and everybody get COVID afterwards. So this is the performance. So that's the city. That's what we like about the city. It's free. It has a lot of possibilities. The second is OCT. OCT was a very different site in Shenzhen. It combines the theme parks, residential compounds, luxury hotels, and also industrial sort of remains. So what we did for the last 15 years, we start from this very spot and continuously building in this region. This is the first photograph taken 15 years ago. It's totally empty spot. Then we developed this public public space system right in the middle. We didn't do all the buildings. We let the other people do it, and we concentrate the line, the red line. So the next building I was about to talk is B10, which is the very last gesture of the entire region. This is the first of this so-called creative park. We did the planning in 2003, and this is the second phase. Now, this project has been there for like 8 years. It's a difficult project. It was originally a building built for producing soft disks. A lot of people might not have used that, this very old technology. So you see all these motifs, the round disc type motifs in the building. So it was to convert to a contemporary art center. So we decided to cast the original building like a model and then build something on top of it. So it's a kind of exercise to open the white box museum. So it's really talk about what is the contemporary art museum. It is still a factory. So this is what we got in the end. It's really kind of embedded in the fabric of the existing kind of fabric. And at the same time, this was our original plan to build something on top. And all of a sudden, the policy changes, the urban planning bureau didn't allow us to do this. Then we decided, okay, let's open up the top. So we get rid of the roof. So it gave us a new opportunity to build a outside kind of sky museum, open up totally to the outside. So the museum has a strong presence in the whole region. The first two floors are existing. The top courtyard, it totally follows the profile of the newly planned museum. They have all the connected rooms and everything, but without the roof. So you approach the museum from the street. It's totally behind the trees, and you enter from this not very big entrance. You enter a huge hall. The ground floor is shops and library. So the existing building is sealed off by paint. So it's kind of like a ready-made project, a ready-made artifact. And on the top is new material, new signage to signify the transformation. So there are 4 concrete sort of cores plugged in the middle to support the whole space. So it's still, I mean, the building still look like a factory. It's a factory of creative ideas. So we intentionally preserve the original columns and ceilings and whatever. And also bring light in, bring the outside scenes into the space. And when art comes in, it becomes alive. And the curators and artists can always play with the big factory space for free, you know. To us, this is the shop. It gives maximum flexibility for the future. The second floor is the library, the permanent collection, and the education. So once you get on the top, the light comes down from the very top. You go through this big staircase, you go up, it's the library, the collection, and also the education area. Then you can still go up through either this stair or the big grand stair. You don't know what's on top. All of a sudden, you see this open box museum. Right in front, you can see airplanes flying over. You can imagine all kinds of arts and happens in the courtyards. And you can see the surrounding buildings. So architecture design is not, you design everything. A lot of times you find what's already there and try to make it bigger and more significant. So the very last project is in Shekou. Shekou is famous for the economic reform happens in 1979. This is when China's economic reform started, right on the spot. So the time is money, and all these new concepts were prevailing sort of concept in the 80s and 90s. So we're designing a historic museum for China merchants. China Merchants is a very long history company. It has spent 150 years already, starting from Qing Dynasty through the Republican, through the Communist. So the site is right there. It's a little hill. So on the historical map, you can see there's a little building on top of this hill in Shekou, and the white little building was the first commercial communication station in China in history. So it connects to the outside world by, if you go to do telegraph or long distance phone call to the outside world, it starts there. So it's very significant. I mean, architecturally, the building is just nothing. It's a very typical sort of 1980 little box. But the memory and the significance is tremendous. So the Chinese leaders, like Deng Xiaoping, have been to that spot and to see the new development in Shekou. The guy to the left is called Yuan Geng. Who is Yuan Geng? A lot of people might not know, but we say Deng Xiaoping is the chief architect of China's economic reform. This guy is the project manager and project architect. That's easy, right? So it's a nice guy. So the building architect is important. The project manager is even more important, right? So everybody thought that little building is already gone. So, but after our study, it has been altered from time to time, but it's all gone. And time is money is right there, right on the spot. So what we decided is really, this is where Deng Xiaoping was standing. But at the moment, because the tree he cannot see anything, right? At the moment. So we decided to move up the building so people can still see what's happening around. So the idea is anchoring and remoting. The hill as a venue, the city as exhibition. So you basically, the buildings sit on top of the hill and they provide a public platform to see things beyond the horizon, to see the outside world. This is what Yuan Geng was longing for in the 1980s. So this is the building that we pay tribute to him. So the whole site, the whole park, the little hill becomes the museum itself. It starts from the very beginning. The time is money. So this is a failed sort of attempt. Original idea was to lift it up, to make it more conceptual instead of the material itself. So, but later it's not approved. So we still build the building and we keep the interior, the little building right in the middle, because the building was so large, it has to be somehow concealed in the middle. So we found it, we restored it, and we used structure to kind of protect it in the middle and then support the whole building upwards. I have to go very quickly. So the site is so difficult. You can see the crane is actually, have to stop, have to put the crane on one of our spiral staircases. So, and then the original building was there. So the building, the contour, will have to follow the existing red line. So the building looks so weird in terms of the shape. And then this is the beginning. And now, they are building faster actually than this building. So what we can see, we carefully selected the windows to see the outside. It has 3 layers: the plinth, the middle layer, the kind of covered public space with shading, and on the very top. So basically your experience is to climb up further and further. Then in the end you see out. So I'll quickly, because of time, to lead you through. So this is the floor plan. It's semi-embedded in the mountain. You can see the whole basement, the whole base of that existing building. We didn't want to tear it down and rebuild it. A lot of people give us that idea. It's cheaper and easier, but we said, no, we're gonna totally protect this thing to make it the biggest exhibit in the museum. So this is the entrance, and a huge 5-meter door. You go into it. It's totally connected with the outside. And all the material custom-made, aggregate concrete. And you climb up to the main hall. And you can either, without going to the museum, you can still climb up to the top by the outside stair. So it has multiple choices again. So this is the building actually hidden in the middle of the building, the new building. And then you can see it from all the angles in the intermediate level or on the top level. Then you can climb up to the intermediate level, which is totally open. It's open for public. It's a space for people to walk around and to look out. It's a pretty kind of expensive material, the travel team, and with a cast aluminum stair and railings. So this is totally a cast aluminum. This site was dedicated to Yuangang. So at night, this is a space you can look out, and then you can continue your journey up, either through inside the temporary exhibition on top of the permanent. So there's always possibilities to do something different. And then at the very top, you go interior, you go to narrow stair, you open up your door, you see entirely the bay and the world beyond. And you can go downstairs through different stairs. Of course, you can choose. It's like climbing the mountain. You can go anywhere. It's a public building. It's a public space. So you can see the building. The building will, now the scale, I still think is pretty large. But after years of trees growing, it will disappear. The base will disappear. Only the top will show up. So it's a building to Yuangang and also to the economic reform in China. It's a tribute. Thank you.
Thanks, Meng Yan, for 3 beautiful projects. Especially the last 2, we haven't seen that before. So it's very nice to first time to share with us. So finally, we entering the second half of our keynote lectures. So the 6th speaker is Ms. Sarah Mui. She's a co-founder of and design director of a One Byte design studio and One Byte Social. As a registered architect in Hong Kong, he is also the winner of a Hong Kong Young Architects Awards in 2015 and has received the DFA Hong Kong Young Design Talent Awards in 2018. She and his team, One Byte, actually tries to bridge commercial and public sector with community through their creative ideas and projects. And today she's going to share with us her built public works in Hong Kong. Let's welcome Sarah.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarah, and thank you for giving me the chance to be here with some of my role models like Urbanus and Professor Zhang. And so, and it's amazing to see how the different architectural solutions and innovations are helping to shape the future of the cities, especially in the Greater Bay. But today, from my part, I hope to bring in a few, I would say very small scale, more neighborhood projects, but in a way it's an experiment that we hope could unleash more urban potentials, especially in Hong Kong. Looking at what we have done in the past couple of years as a small team, we love to do space that people can afford to enter without spending money. So a lot of times we work in public, I would say public domain, and even a lot of times from products we work with communities. We bring plants into neighborhood to bring sustainability idea to the public, and we try to work with even government departments to define how they could hope to interconnect people and making places. And so that's why in our daily works before we design, we actually need to work with the public and to discuss. I feel that I learn architecture from meeting people. So we actually go down to streets, to different neighborhoods to talk to people. And also we do have a team called, or we name it as the One by Social. We started to operate space ourselves so that we can test out different experiments with the experts we want to work with. And so before I talked about the projects I brought in, I just want to share you one idea about why we call One Bite. So One Bite sounds like taking a bite. And this is actually an idea or methodology when we approach community, and we call it Be East. Because when we are trying to build a place and we want to put placemaking in reality, we feel that every one of us here should actually be the East, which can allow the bread to be baked and actually to is about the comeback for community. And so for being the East, there are 6 steps that we need to do. So being the designers or architects of this place or project, we are a lot of times invisible because we are actually the facilitator who I feel that we are responsible to massage people mindsets, to help them to realize their ideas, and eventually I think I love to hear the crackle crackle sounds from the bread, which actually is celebration by the community themselves. So this is like a preview of the methodology that we worked in our different projects, especially to the 3 projects that I brought in today. And it is about fun, so I hope the next few minutes you're going to see some things that are fun. And because in Hong Kong, as all of you know, it's difficult to find a space. And in fact, quality daily living space is not easy to find as well. So a lot of times we've been struggling about, okay, instead of making huge buildings in Hong Kong again, how can we infuse daily delight in people's life? So that's why we started to look at the 5th facade of buildings. So we were lucky enough to work with a first client in redesigning a rooftop sports ground. This was done in 2017, so this was actually the first one. And the first one, we just tried to refurbish a really nice structure itself to bring people back to the space again, so that, especially for these buildings, all the rooftops that we worked on were in the old housing estates. And these rooftops, they're usually lack of maintenance, management, and they don't have elevator to go up. And in Hong Kong, if you don't have elevator, people, especially elderly, they will not come up so easily. So we need some trigger point. So for this place, this sports ground, So for this sports ground, after we renovated, it actually made a new awareness in, we can actually make this rooftop sports ground user-friendly again through just more fun or humorous intervention. So when we, after this one, we start to look at the spaces around us. Actually, how many of these roofs are being abandoned? And what are actually the potential, especially in dense Hong Kong, that we can use and bring people back to this space. So these are actually all the rooftops that we have done since 2017. And these are the original images. And I'm sure after you see this, you will find that you actually have a couple of these rooftops next to your home, but we never try to use it. And so this one, let's see what it is. I think it may be the video. Is it the video yet? Yeah, so I will start with this one. So just a 1 minute video. And this sports ground is in Tuen Mun. So Tuen Mun is one of the oldest satellite district in Hong Kong. So it's full of people living in it. And this being on top of a community mall is surrounded by a couple of high-rise buildings. Yes, so as you could see from the short video as an introduction, so this space was like this before. So, and the lovely thing is that it's actually on top of 2 blocks of this commercial mall, but originally they were not connected. So when we started to look at the space and thinking how we could bring people or encourage people to come back, and then we use some tiny intervention as a furniture to start bridging up the 2 floors so that it become a giant sports grounds for people to enjoy. However, we also look at, apart from that, we also look at what Tuen Mun was like. Because being one of the first satellite districts in Hong Kong, so it's like this satellite city centers in Hong Kong. It's actually one of it's the 6th poorest districts in town, and also people rated it the 5th least happy districts in Hong Kong. And especially our public housing estates is one of the oldest in that area. So we started to look at, can we bring not only colors, but new messages to the place so that they could start feeling proud of. So we have started to have this idea of making more graphical intervention, because it's exactly how everyone, when they look out of the window every day in the morning, they will see this new scene. And luckily, I have a friend who actually lived in this housing estate. So after the completion of this project, and she was telling me that it's in the last 20 years that she hasn't been seeing people coming up to the roof and not having such a nice view out of their room. I think in Hong Kong, our homes are really small. They are tiny and micro. So we only deserve a window of the sky. So is it possible to make that window of sky a delight in our daily journey? So in terms of design, we tried more effort in redesigning the space so that different ages of people and users, they can all come and find their way to play it. So instead of making all the hardware to be fixed, we proposed to the clients that we actually need to keep a space which is so flexible that we just call it a gridded landscape. So we just play the idea of making grids so that people can come and design their own games. Elderly, they love to come up to do their Tai Chi after it's reopened. And also, some elderly also told me, which I met afterwards, telling me that some colors were a little bit too sharp for them. So they prefer a different color sets if we have the chance to revamp again. But on the other hand, when we look at the basketball, because for this housing estate, it's getting more younger families to move in. So apart from proper basketball courts, we also design to have this more for practice and even for younger children to play. And and on the left-hand side is how we try to bridge the 2 levels of the existing rooftops. So we design a sittings and also a stretching area so that even if you're not coming for practice or proper sports, you can still come here just together and then to have fun. And on the right side, you will see how we designed the gridded landscape. So the idea is how we play with the crosswords, Scrabbles, even people can come just to design the way they like. But at the same time, because we want to see how people want their space to be. So through the whole process of the project, we worked with the different schools, from kindergarten to primary schools to high schools, and then to youth center. We work with them and see what they actually need and want in the space in order to finalize our design and also to help us to co-create the space. So this helps to build an identity after the project is completed. And I think this is how we see placemaking takes a seat in this revitalization. So in most photos that you will see, and even from today, there will be full of people. Some of them may be playing balance bites, but at the same time, some are playing the badmintons. So people, not only one single type of users will come back, but all ages, they could all enjoy that. And in terms of technicality, one thing that challenges us and why it turned into a colorful solution, because from Hong Kong we do have a lot of regulation or regulatory restrictions that didn't allow us to build new things on the rooftops. So this is what as maximums or optimal solutions that we can bring, and so that at least all the people can see a new scenes from the windows. And this is how we imagined about the project, is that there should never be just one activity at a time, but maximum, we have counted, there could be 10 activities happening at a time without any user conflicts or disturbing other people. But since then, we start to see how different scales or different parts of these sports grounds can be reused. So this is another example, which is on the other end, on the east side of Kowloon, which is in Tseung Kwan O in Hong Kong. This one is just a very linear basketball court, and in a way, it doesn't have space for other things to happen. But for this one, we brought up an idea of seeing how sports ground can bring in new community values. Because I think in Hong Kong or in most parts of the world, women sportsmen were always being neglected. So when we started to brainstorm on the ideas with the client on this project, so we started to bring up the idea, can we talk about the message of women sports player in this project? So that's why this is in a way not a masculine design, but like a neutral design with a mix of female and male. And more importantly is that apart from just patterns, we started to add hoods along the existing metal rail so that people can hang their belongings. I think if you go to basketball courts, you will notice, usually for male players, they will just put their bags on the floor. But for female players, they will be looking around, seeing if there are any elevator space for their bags and belongings. So for this court, we have designed led to, I would say, tiny interventions so that female users, they will feel comfortable when they come in and enjoy the space as same as the male players do. And also, not only from physically changing the place, I think one important message in this project is that the client has been putting priority booking for all women sports groups in Hong Kong for their practice. So I think this is how we try to combine hardware and also software design in a space, just a very tiny space like this. And I'm sure when all the experts here are working in public area, especially for this one, it has received a lot of online, I would say, inquiries on website, because it's also surrounded by all the building blocks around it. And then every time when we look online on the Facebooks or Instagram, people were asking, whoa, there's new colors there. What is that color? When will it be opened? Oh, it looks like it's going to be open. When can we visit it? So that for this type of space where everyone is helping you to check the site daily, and then you have to be, in a way, very cautious about how we engage with people, and how the different organizations can be part of the process. So to get similar to the last project, for this project we work with all the organizations in the neighborhood as well, and try to engage them through the whole process until it's finished. And so, so since then, these are the other rooftops that we have been doing, or we have done in Hong Kong. But apart from this, the last one I would like to touch on is how can we expand from just a rooftop to activating all the public area in a super old housing estates. So this one is in Sha Tin in Hong Kong, and it is called San Tin Wai. And sadly, this housing estate was very famous, but very famous about the drug addicts and also mental well-being. So, so when we started to look at this project at first, we found it so challenging, because it's not just a place where you can just put a smiley face and people would enjoy. There are a lot of discussions even with management parties, and how we create a healthy lifestyle is actually a bigger goal for this project. So not touching on the buildings, but we started to look at the identity that we can found. And one interesting fact about this project is also because there was some dispute between the contractor and the older or the previous owner of this space, a lot of public space was closed for over 10 years before the new owner came in. So, so the residents, they are always wanting to have their space back. But at the same time, there are a lot of nice colors, nice geometries from the 80s about the building that we could find in the enclosed space or space inaccessible by the public. So we started to extract elements, and we try to think about what we can bring it back to the place. So taking the idea of it's being San Tin Wai. San Tin Wai in Chinese is the village. It's like San Tin village. So bringing this idea of village, we try to use different flexible partitions to enclose and to open up new spaces along, not only from the rooftop like a courtyard, but also the other public space. And this space is now being enjoyed by all the residents and also even schools around this area. And as I said, we really care about the mental well-being of the residents in this space. So not only putting colors or making interventions at flexible furnitures in the space, we have been promoting the idea of active lifestyle here. So from here, we try to design 4 different types of activities that could happen in this courtyard, but at the same time, at all the corridors, because for this housing estates, it's very obvious that I think over 70% of the residents are elderlies. So at all the corridors, even at ramps, we try to design different stretching and also exercise pipes, which looks funny, but at the same time, which is good for health. So we try to make it become an enjoyable route in a whole community, more in housing estates, so that they could feel easy to enjoy and to easy to walk around. And so from what we have done in the past few years, we feel that making fun is so important, because in a way it helps us to see what's the potential of this view elevation. But as you can see, we've only done a couple, and so we started to wonder how much of this space do we have. And so our urban team has done this little recap video and to tell you what's the potential of this. So for this analysis, we're trying to analyze from population to all the rooftop space that we have to tell us if, apart from these 7 rooftop spaces that we did, if we can unleash more of this space, how people could enjoy and how our daily life can be enhanced. So our focuses are on all the rooftop spaces in public housing estates. So you can see there are 220,000 square meters of space that are not being used. And we also talked with people about what they want to see in the spaces, and can we actually reconfigure the spaces so that it could be, even as we said, like our community plans, contributing to more than 150 minutes more of weekly physical exercise. And even if we just look at Andy Lau and Tony Learn's movies, it could give us more time for people in community together. So I think this is only a beginning of how we see rooftop space. And definitely from numbers, there are more that we can do. So, so we hope that with this fun matters, we are just trying to make space or reconnect space with our daily life. And so why not to be a bit fun and less serious? And so I think this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Even though it's very fun, but it's not very serious, but we think about it, it is a very serious approach. It's a great, I think you reveal a great potential for our future space. Okay, so we are moved to the next speaker. Professor Philip Yuan is also our old friends. He's a professor and social dean from a College of Architecture and Urban Planning at Tongji University, and also the honorary fellow of US AIA. Well, I think he is probably best known as in our generation of architects. He is a pioneer, I think, for the parametric architecture in China. I think if this is right or not. But okay, he already won numerous projects awards, actually domestic and international. So maybe Philip will introduce his project by your own.
Thank you, Doreen. Thanks a lot for the invitation. It's a great honor for me to be here. I think it's a very special opportunity, actually bridging the Hong Kong, Macau, and mainland China to have some special dialogue, including the young generation. I think it's a special moment for me to introduce what my practice and research over the past few years. So the topic today I would like to present today is the AI tectonics. So all the distinguished guests. So firstly, I would like to put forward the question from academic perspective. What is the new humanism today? The humanism, in the narrow sense, has continuously guided the human-centered process of controlling nature since the Renaissance era. However, over the past 2 centuries, referring to the Anthropocene, not only has the surface of the planet been changed significantly, but also the planetary climate change as well. It seems most urgent to redefine the humanism, including the paradigm of design and the construction process as well. Our actions will directly impact the future of the planet. As Gilbert Simondon stated in the technology mentality, we should, on the one hand, extract humanity from living matter, and on the other hand, integrate technology into the culture. These emphasize a dynamic humanism and focus on the ubiquitous new relationship between nature, technology, and culture. In essence, the new humanism is not a humanistic, but rather a real humanization, a quest for the new humanism that seeks direction. In 2019, I have a special opportunity to invite Benjamin Bratton to deliver a lecture in Tongji University. During the lecture, he highlighted that the globalization transcending the concepts of ethnicity and nationality has garnered widespread development agreement. Global and local characteristics are undergoing a new dimension of definition. Users, interfaces, addresses, cities, clouds, and the earth are shaping new facts that prospectively to delineating nostalgia life. According to Benjamin Bratton, terraforming embodies a comprehensive initiative aimed at fundamentally transforming the Earth's city, technology, and ecosystem. ensuring that the planet becomes capable of sustaining life similar to that on Earth. In 2019 and 2020, Bernard Stiegler delivered 2 lectures in our Digital Future platform who address the globalization to exchange resulting from global communication networks, the worldwide internet, the GPS system, the cloud, and so on. He perceived the networks as a planetary infrastructure enabling the permanent interconnection of 2.5 billion individuals whose activities are systematically traced and processed by the intensive computing AI. Our objective is to continue supporting global economic growth, but unlike the past entropy increasing economic growth pattern that heavily rely on the fossil fuels, we aim to explore new urban intelligence and advocate for the entropy reducing economic growth pattern. This kind of growth embodies the essential of new humanism, with the crucial aspects being redefined to integrate relationship between the human and nature through technology. Achieving a more efficient and environment-friendly humanism necessitates the support of technology and essential guidance. According to Philip Block, Andy Clark, who gave us a lecture in 2016 at Tongji University, point out as human beings, we are natural-born cybers, which enable our human nature to accept that new truth that has become our prosthesis. Due to the plasticity of our human body, human brain, new technology could be constantly absorbed within our body screens and becomes extensions of our body. Actually, these philosophers I pointing out who gave us guidance over the past few years actually share a similar tendency in their thinking, reframing a new humanism in the age of Anthropocene. The philosophical implication of technology point out a novel collaborative relationship between the new technology, humans, and nature. The enhancement of humanity by artificial intelligence has become an unavoidable redefinition in our discipline and the professions of architecture. And based on the current development, actually last year we launched a special journal because we are educators and academic researchers. The journal name Architectural Intelligence. So what is architectural intelligence? Guided by the scientific design thinking, focus on the 3 future scenarios of smart habitation, virtual habitation, and space habitation. Utilizing evidence-based architectural research methodology, architectural intelligence reconstructs architecture knowledge system and create an international academic platform of multidiscipline, establishing a new paradigm for the sustainable development. So I would like to to analyze my thinking through several examples, and this is, I think, what we got invitation to make design in Dianchunyi, which is the most representative garden in Suzhou, Wangshiyuan. Actually, also the Metropolitan collect this garden as Mingxuan in the south wing, second floor in the Metropolitan building. So actually, the curator names Luca, who is the curator of Milano Cenali, and invite us to design some special objects, art objects in this traditional garden to attract young people coming in to visit these gardens. So it's interesting, collecting this special perspective is interesting because in the middle is the Ming Dynasty rockeries, which is constructed in the Ming Dynasty, and the dead end is a rockery that's carving in the Mingguo Dynasty because they have no money to collecting this kind of original rockeries. So to me, I think different culture actually they like different aspects, artifacts. So we try to use Houdini to remodeling a rockery by scanning and put them as object. But the most important, the material we implement actually is the recycled plastic I think the form is a continue showing the culture corresponding relationship, but actually the material and the making process has been totally changed. So we can see the people, when they visit the Chinese garden, they like to play sitting on this kind of object. And we actually, over the past few years, not only make research in the academic, but also we spend a long time not only design the buildings, but design the tools. So FL Generator is one of the tools we developed over the past few years, which is the AI-based research platform and the Generate platform. So this is a studio last year for the year 4 student. We tried to design a carbon nutrition tower. And designed by, in the middle of the semester, we introduced a new toolbox, the FU generator. So after the prompts have been input into the platform, you can see the prompts including city mining, structure performance-based, a futurist tower of carbon nutrition, such kind of keywords. 1 second, based on the big data on the internet, the generator can give you a lot of options actually which create by this kind of keywords. So this is a dialective, interactive process which engage into the process of designers. And in the last architecture journal issue, I published a paper introduce the framework of what is architecture intelligence, understanding. The most important in the center is the general model, which is based on the CS computer science. They develop some general models, AGI. That's not in the discipline of ours, but actually in all the graduate study students and the PhD students, we are doing a lot of narrow models right now, including the segmentation models, which is cross-discipline, focus more deeply on the enhancement of the design skills and also including the update the new design process in our imagination and cognition and fabrication process. So the second software platform we develop is FU Robot. Over the past 8 years, every week we update the scripts, including how to introduce robotics to architecture discipline. So it's a toolbox. It's generation by generation. It's like we're sharing this collaborative platform to the global designers. It's not just in China, but it's actually influenced the whole world. So it's an interface. A lot of toolbox, and including if you have no skills, just designer skills, if you know how to use Rhino or Revit, you can very easily, by 3 days, learning how to control robotics by this platform, which is totally based on our team's open source research and scripting softwares to the public. So you can see the vision of our design is firstly not just design object. Secondly, it's a global view to help and support the future generation. The future, your partner may be not a human being, it could be a robotics. And we can help you very easily to implement this software platform to develop your new design skills. And same time, we developed also a lot of the hardwares in our research group. In 2013, we developed the timber structure manufacture twin robotics. And based on this platform, actually, we can construct some like small scale timber structure easily, directly, seamlessly from the designers to the fabricators. And then in 2015, we announced these gantry robotic platforms, which could be like the fundamental robotic craftsmanship developed platform, including software hardwares. So it's easily for us to make more progress on this fundamental common ground for the robotic platforms. And this is the 8th generation we announced in 2020. Right now it goes to the 10th generation. But this one is actually can help the institute constructions in any 3D printing and robotic fabrication go to the construction site. So this is 2022. Last year we announced another like entropy chain based robotic 3D plastic printing platform, actually linked we can like sending 6 of this machine to Chengdu, for example, to construct the building in 4 to 5 months. Actually, it's a long distance controlling platform, and software hardware simulates connection. So the designers here right now to us is not just design buildings, but design the process, toolbox, software, hardwares. And this is one of the exhibition I want to take the prototype. We make some prototype research. Every year we design one tower in our school, and we design a bridge. At the same time, every year we design several chairs. So these are chairs we actually teach undergrad students in 2016. And finally, we made exhibition in 2018 in the west band of Shanghai. So which showing actually the new methodology for the formation from the structure performance-based design to the robotic metal printing. So luckily, this chair was collected by the Pompidou Art Museum because it's the first robotic printing, structure performance-based robotic printing chair. So one of the object actually we research as a prototype for us. So this is a typology. So this year I win the awards of in UIA Ox Parrot Award, and we find another John Povey, he actually won the second award 60 years ago. So Luandong sent an invitation to us, a topic, reimagine John Povey. So actually he sent me the chair, and with the screws, the four screws, you take the pieces away, you can find we have some seat and the legs, right? So for me, in only 2 weeks. So how to design the new chair, actually showing our respect to 60 years ago, what John Povey doing in what he has done in his age. I think the most importantly, we set up a latent space. So this is like AI is have a branch of all the images on the internet, and the design process could be like directly goes to 3-dimensional formation process. So you can see we keep the lag, and the seat could be adjusting by seeking all possibilities on the internet. And also the right one is adjusting the legs. So after that, I think the FU robots actually give us directly tectonics linking to the FU generator. So that is what I mentioned, the AI tectonics. From the formation to the fabrication is just in 2 weeks. We create the chair with leg, the seat with leg, original leg, and original seat as well. So it's like 2 objects we produce based on this kind of general platform. So also we gave some opportunity to the young designers so to design the objects and printing them simultaneously and based on this kind of general platform. This is we collaborate with Nike to collecting the shoes, the out-style shoes, to reprinting them in the different furnitures. And last but not least, I would like to introduce a recent project. Last year, everyone of you know we locked down in Shanghai for almost 3 years. I was locked down on campus, but actually we sent 6 robotics platforms to Chengdu. Actually, we engage in the whole process by the long-term connecting by internet, how to construct a project. So the process of design we implement FU generator actually, which is totally based on the generation by generation optimization. We input the prompts, and we input the sketches, and we can control by iteration to control the whole process of the object of the design object of the buildings, actually totally based on the enhancement of these AI tools to support our design thinking and imagination. So this is a whole process we implemented on our FU generator platform. So it's just like a generation by generation formation process. You can see the paradigm of this kind of AI tectonics based on its differential. It's not like a cube style. It's kind of differential, unlinear paradigm, which gave us the new challenge. Is very difficult, super difficult to construct by the traditional technology, right? But actually, this is the final object, which is based on very zigzag the boundaries of construction site. And you can see the ceiling is totally 3D printed by the recycled plastic, but the structures actually is by the timber, robotic timber fabrication technology. This kind of two-dimensional double surfaces, double curvature surface is very difficult to define, but actually it's constructed with the chief architect locked down in Shanghai and 5 months constructed in Chengdu. So this is the countryside, the field, the buildings, which just like connecting to each other. And this perspective, you can see the semi-open space, actually the structure is there. We name is kind of authenticity of the tectonics, including the structure system. The timber structure, every piece is just less than 1.8 meters. Like 2 workers can easily carry them and put them on the position of the construction site. And the challenge is this kind of double curvature surface is super difficult to construct it, right? But by the robotic timber construction platform, it is easy because all the joints actually I will introduce. This is main entrance. And all the facade and the roof system is 3D printed by the recycled plastic. We can define the materiality. Also, the cantilever of 6 meters. You can embracing the screen beyond the site, the field, to see what's outside surrounding these buildings. And you can see the interiors, this kind of double curvature surface, roof system, ceiling system. Actually, the joints is all different. The screws are passing through twice the timber structure and once the steel panel. So all this kind of customization process should be easily fabricated by the robotic platform. So this is the formation process and also the structure, density tension structure formation process, and also the tessellation of the pattern. So this is the details, actually. The joints is carefully designed and categorize them in 3 types. But actually, the joints are all differentially different, defined by the parametric toolbox. So the most highlight I want to introduce the DD joints. This is the future generation we put forward. All the details is here is what like we have 1,064 pieces of this kind of timber structures, which is one button coming out by the robotic FU robot platforms with the details, with all the detailed drawings, special 3-dimensional models from the generative process, as well as the panels, all different double curvature. I think you can see we have some special ornament of this kind of materials. That is special for keep the accuracy of the material. But you can see every pieces have like 70,000 to 100,000 lines of scripting, and totally, which is around 300, 400 millions. So that's a huge amount of the data. But actually, everything coming out just 1 second by FU robot. And also we control the whole process by the beam simulation construction process, including different layers, including the installation, waterproof system, and also how many groups of people fabricate this building on site. So although I'm staying on campus of Tongji, I can control distantly for the whole process. So this is authentic tectonics we mentioned. Everything is true, it's real. The timber is timber, the steel is steel, and the ornament pattern of the 3D printing panel is the panel, but it's new material, right? But it's recycled, collecting by the waste plastics. So the left one is the rendering, and the right one is the real one. So the virtual and the reality is a digital twin we mentioned in construction process. And also this planning the process, designing the process, and control the process, that's the architect, the chief architect, goes back to the Renaissance time. That's the construction and the future are integrated together here. So also we control the cloud point, the cloud dimension of the drones, and also the robotics on site collecting the data on the left side, and the right one is the model. So every night I check all these kind of models to check if the construction is right on the way, right? So finally goes to this building, which is located on the site, which is also, I think, is kind of reality, but engage into the process and help to enhance our design skills and fabrication skills. So that is not maybe the dead end of what we try to interpret, we try to introduce, articulate, but that is maybe probably a kind of new tectonics, which is totally based on the revolution of the tools and the industry revolution. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Philip. Reviewers, very powerful and very inspiring future we can do to the core of our architecture. But maybe Wang Qun Laoshi later on maybe can maybe post your position to listen to your comments on Philip lecture, but very thorough and very inspiring. Thank you so much. Many different point of view today to today's section of keynote speeches. Very nice. So our last speaker, next speaker. We still have 3 more, and our last speaker will finally go to Macau. So Nuno, just be patient, huh? Okay, next speaker is Ms. Evelyn Dean. She is a co-founder and managing director of a new office Works. I suppose is in Hong Kong and also the state of Massachusetts in the US. With experience in architecture project and his editorial work environments, Evelyn actually oversees both architecture projects, research initiative, and publications. I think today she's now is a current adjunct assistant professor at Hong Kong U. Let's welcome Evelyn.
Hi everyone, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here at the Architecture Asia Series Forum to talk about some of our recent projects. And today I would like to share with you 2 of our projects that were designed and constructed along the Hong Kong waterfront. This first one is the West Kowloon Pavilion in the West Kowloon Cultural District. And the title of my talk today is called, What Can a Pavilion Do in a Large Cultural District? And earlier on in the afternoon, we had heard from Freddie introducing the West Kowloon Cultural District. It's a arts and cultural district in Hong Kong that has been in development and planning for the last 20 years. And it's a place that is filled with many significant architectural and cultural buildings and facilities, including the Palace Museum that was introduced earlier today, the M+ Museum, the West Kowloon Station, Shichu Center, and also the Lyric Theater, which is currently under construction in the district. And so it's a very kind of prominent area for the arts in the city. And so this is the context in which we started our project, which is a small pavilion located along the waterfront. At the same time, this is one of the recent photographs of the West Kowloon promenade. And you can see that it's a very popular place with the public, especially with families and young people. They really go to the city. I'm sure as many of you know, Hong Kong is a very dense city, and so the opportunity for open space, especially along the waterfront, is very rare, and it's very welcoming for people, and it's gotten a lot of kind of attraction in the last few years. So you can see this is a typical scene during the weekend at West Kowloon. And so at the same time that we started the pavilion, we were very conscious of the presence of many significant architectural public buildings, but also the lack of smaller spaces that really cater to people using the waterfront and providing things like shade and shelter along the waterfront. The projects began as a competition that was hosted by the West Kowloon Cultural District. It was called the Hong Kong Young Architects and Designers Competition. It was launched back in 2017. And you can see up there in the white, that was the location of the pavilion. It's a small kind of concrete platform, and that's located in between the nursery park, where they cultivate trees that are then transplanted in different areas in the city, and the waterfront to the right. And here's another photograph of when we started at the time, back in 2017. You can see the area on the right currently is occupied by the Palace Museum. So it's a very different kind of context when we started, where many of the larger buildings, including the museums, were still under construction at the time. And as a starting point, we were really interested in looking at the surrounding context, so especially the nursery park, and also considering West Kowloon as a site of growing arts and culture, and also growing nature for the city. And so this idea is one of the core inspirations for where we started the design. At the same time, we wanted to introduce several different elements into the design of the pavilion. So on the left-hand side, you can see this idea of growing, so going from small to large, also echoing the difference in scale between the nursery park, which is much more intimate, oriented to visitors, and then the grand scale of the harbor. We also wanted to provide a raised ground plane for people to enjoy the sea view, and have a massing that responds to the two scales, as I mentioned, and kind of enhance the physical and visual connection between the park and the harbor. This is an architectural model that we had done during the competition phase, and you can see that early on we wanted to utilize a timber structure for the pavilion. And timber is at the same time a very natural material, and we thought it would be well suited for the park environment. But at the same time, in Hong Kong, it's actually very foreign, because Hong Kong doesn't have a formal fire code for timber structures. It's very challenging to construct even a small one-story pavilion out of timber. And because at the time, this competition, the brief was to build a temporary structure that would be situated at the site for 6 months. So that led to the possibility of using timber as a structural material. And you can see along the north and south facade, we wanted to introduce very slender timber columns to create a sense of porosity and transparency between the inside of the pavilion and then also to the surrounding park context. The site plan shows the connection I mentioned between the scale of the nursery park and the harbor. So we really envisioned the pavilion to be a kind of key transition moment between the two different contexts. And here's the ground floor plan and the roof plan. The ground floor plan, it shows that we've introduced a tunnel structure as a kind of main entrance that leads people from the park into the interior of the pavilion. And you can see it kind of shelters the initial harbor view from people approaching from the park, and so creates this element of surprise in the design. And on the top, you can see the roof plan, which shows our thinking of how to use modular roof panels to ease the assembly process and to build that into the construction idea of the pavilion. And at the same time that we were doing this competition, we were also researching a lot of architectural and urban elements in Hong Kong. This is a series of videos that we had conducted in Hong Kong called Middleman Hong Kong, and it's really about the characteristics and the conditions of extreme that we find all around the city. And so in parallel, we were very conscious of what are the elements or architectural characteristics that embody our city, and how do we introduce that to new architectures that we introduce into the city. These are some snapshots from different episodes. This is looking at shortcuts. You see them all over the city to navigate the hilly terrain and allow people to go from inside the city up into different residences and occupying different places. Escalators that are found both on the facades of buildings, but also in very kind of countryside contexts. And then also palm trees, which became a kind of motif in our pavilion. And so we then condensed these into several kind of common characteristics that we notice in the cities and incorporated that into the design of the pavilion. So for example, narrow pathways that we find in the dense city streets, the dense scaffolding that you always see when existing buildings are being refurbished, the stepped landscape, which is a way for kind of built environments to navigate the hilly terrain throughout the city. So we incorporated that as a stepped landscape that would allow visitors in the pavilion to have a place to sit and view the harbor. And also the traditional roof. So this is also an aspect of our office where we're very interested in engaging kind of historical elements and see how to rethink that both in scale and also material. So looking at a lot of traditional Chinese roofs where the roof tile is made out of ceramic, but in this case for the pavilion, we also wanted to introduce natural light and allow that to filter down into the interior of the pavilion. So wanted to use a transparent material for this roof cladding. The palm tree, as I mentioned earlier, it's ubiquitous but always out of place, and it's a kind of symbol of calm, I like to think, in the middle of the city. So, you know, even in very busy thoroughfares in Hong Kong, you can always see a line of palm trees down the middle mixed in with the cars. So we found that very evocative of the Hong Kong urban landscape. And last but not least, we also wanted to incorporate almost ephemeral things like weather. For example, the rain. In Hong Kong in the summer months, there's a lot of rain, so we wanted to also incorporate that as a performative element, which comes in with a sloped roof and incorporating a pool at the base of the pavilion. So we call all of these the kind of, there were 6 characteristics of Hong Kong that we really embedded into the core design of the pavilion. They occupy different facets. And at the same time, we envision lots of different activities to take place in the pavilion, from just sitting, gatherings, casual gatherings, to enjoy the sunset view, but also things like film screenings and workshops which occur in the pavilion. In terms of the fabrication process, it was prefabricated and assembled in a factory in China. And this is part of the construction process. It was assembled, then deconstructed, and then transported to Hong Kong to assemble on site. And throughout the construction and design process, we were very aware of it having the necessity of being easy to construct and dismantle, being a temporary pavilion, using elements that are easy to handle by a small team. This is the kind of craning of the roof beams on site. And this is the photo of the installation of the roof cladding that I had mentioned earlier. So you can see that it's made out of transparent polycarbonate. And it's much larger than a typical Chinese traditional roof tile, but still within the scale of being able to be handled by and installed by one person. And this is the photograph of the pavilion when it was completed back in 2019. You can see the foundations of the Palace Museum behind it. And again, it's really about this transition between the park and the waterfront. And again, having the pool at the base to collect water along the sloped roof when it rains. All around the pavilion, there are a lot of people who picnic around the area, and you can see that in terms of the construction, it's really kind of utilizing the space in between the columns to allow people to walk in and out of the pavilion, and also considering the construction, the design of the structure. So, for example, using a double column instead of a single column here, and kind of testing the spacing so that you get at the same time a very slender structure and allow people to move through the pavilion freely. And here is a photograph that shows the kind of transition between the low roof and the high roof that opens up to the harbor beyond. And here is that moment of entry. So this is the view coming from the nursery park. And you can see that the underside of the stair has this kind of screening effect so that you kind of get a glimpse of the harbor, but you don't get the full picture until you go through and walk through this tunnel and enter the pavilion's interior. And this is the view from the other side, looking at the tunnel and the roof above. And it's really, exciting when we see that people, when they occupy the stairs, we get a lot of people occupying the top part along the roof. And it's very rare for people in Hong Kong, I think, to have a space where you can really touch the structure of the roof. So that was also something that we wanted to bring into the design. And you can see that the composition of the columns and the beams, it creates a very kind of dynamic shadow and light on the floor so that people are always engaged in kind of noticing the changing of the sun in the area. And we were also keen to use this as an opportunity to really investigate detail. So looking at how the different components of the roof, the structure, and the cladding can come together in a very specific way. From the columns and the beams throughout the kind of stepped landscape above. And this is a view at night where you have the uplight from the pool shining to the roof above. And another view of the overall pavilion at night with the backdrop. So really, again, looking at the scale difference between the intimate scale of the people from the park up to the grand scale of the harbor. And since then, it's become a very popular backdrop for people on social media, but at the same time, it's also a place where you have a lot of workshops and casual gatherings by people, so it's very frequently used. And initially it was meant to be a temporary pavilion for 6 months, but it's still up. It's been almost 4 years now, so hopefully it sets a good precedent for really working with timber structure throughout the city. And then from there, this is a map of the Hong Kong waterfront, and in the past 10 years, there's been a lot of effort on making the waterfront more pedestrian friendly, making it more accessible, and really rethinking public space along the waterfront. So I'd like to talk a bit about another project of ours. You can see the blue star here is the pavilion, and then the black star here is the second project that we've just recently completed in the Cheung promenade. And it's similar in the kind of program, so it's again a canopy, and but this time it's permanent and it's occupying a disused pier. And for the design process, we really wanted to, again, utilize the same kind of thinking in terms of how do we bring elements of the city, how do we kind of instill a collective memory in the new architecture that we're adding to the city. This is a bit of the context. It's near, connected to the Nam Tran station of the MTR close by, and it's also connected to a larger promenade along this area. So this is the pier here. And it's really trying to integrate the pier, which was formerly used to offload and transport cargo, into a much more pedestrian-friendly place, and also to be more connected to the promenade and to the city beyond. Here you can see the timeline of the disused pier from 2000. So it's, again, located kind of in between this new commercial and residential development to the north, and then there's also elements of a more industrial character. So there's a fruit and vegetable wholesale market right next to the pier, which is still in operation today. So it's very a mix of these two characteristics of the city. And you can see further down to the right, so this is the site back in 2019. And again, we looked back at history for our inspiration and kind of starting the design process. And you can see that there's a lot of small fishing boats and also boats used to offload construction cargo that would be assembled along the promenade. And so that was really our starting point for the design. It's really looking at boats and looking at the water. And that led to the design of the current canopy you see here, which resembles the kind of casual aggregation of boats that you saw in the historical photo shown previously, but also the kind of ripples of the waves in the water. So those two elements combined. We also wanted to think of the pier canopy in terms of layers. So from the ground paving, how do we introduce a very dynamic ground paving that would allow visitors to flow freely along the pier, to the structure, to even the landscape. So providing more sheltered seating and planting along the pier. Here's a axonometric of the pier itself. So you can see towards the head of the pier, step seating that's integrated into the landscape, so that allows people to sit along the pier and view the waterfront, as well as a series of columns that allow a feeling of enclosure along the pavilion. So these are some very recent completed photos. It's not yet open to the public, but will open end of this month. And yeah, you can see that, you know, in terms of the structure and the material, it's something that's very different to the previous West Kowloon Pavilion, but you know, similar in kind of transporting Hong Kong elements and elements of the city into a new architecture. This is the seating area, so you can kind of directly see West Kowloon from the very tip of the pier. A bit about the kind of roof structure. So again, creating a sheltered space that allows for shading along the pier. And I think to return to the question of what can a pavilion do in a large cultural district, or if I change the question slightly, what can a pavilion do in a city? I think it's really about showing the need for the coexistence of big and small in a city to enrich city experience. And also that it shows, you know, that the city really supports room for new ideas in order to transform the way that the city approaches the design of their public landscape. Thank you.
Thanks, Evelyn. Small but very beautiful. And I really enjoyed the phrase you said, the placemaking is not only growing for growing culture, but also growing nature at the same time. It's a very beautiful phrase. Thank you. Our next speech is our distinguished alumni of our Shenzhen University, Zhu Xiaofeng, Professor Zhu Xiaofeng. Well, he's a guest professor at the Tongji University currently, and also, of course, it's the principal and founding principal of a scenic architecture office. Without further ado, we also know each other for a long time, so also know your works. But we are very happy to probably for you to bring some new works today to our lecture. Well, let's welcome Professor Zhu.
Thank you, Doreen, for introduction, and it's really like coming back to home, because I spent 8 years in Shenzhen University, including 5 years undergrad and 3 years working here as in the Design Institute and also teaching at the university.
But I have to add, he's a distinguished alumni in our university. He's when he was in the sophomore year in our school, he's the first student actually get his first project built inside the campus. So he's the first one and the last one.
The student center. Yeah. How lucky I was. Yeah. I am. Yes. Thank you. And the title of the speech is The Future of Traditional Form Type. I would like to start with the book we published last year called Rebirth of Form Type. Of course, it's the preface written by Professor Wu Jiang, who was my doctoral advisor and teacher, professor. Yeah. And I brought in the concept of form type, which is a word that commonly used in archaeology studies in China. Basically, it's the meaning of form type, 形制. It means the type with identity of form and cultural regulations. I think to me, architecture form type is a compensate typology, the word of typology that engage more with formal characteristics of cultural, site, space, and tectonic, other than simply reduced geometric shapes. And the points of the book I generously, commonly written here, is the idea we brought in. We see architecture as an extension of human being, and as a carrier of not only our contemporary body and mind, social life and engineering, but also our successive culture, including past and present. This is why we pursue a continuous architecture that can help us to establish a positive relevance among nature, technology, and society, and a bridge of wisdom between tradition and our future. To talk about the where we were from, we have no matter how far architecture goes, we might need to always remember where we are from. For example, the two basic form types of architecture coming from the cave life, which developed later to be masonry structure, and also the nest structure that developed into a frame structure in architecture history. And these were the primitive form types. And for the ontological value of architecture, I believe in these two philosophy. Of course, they are far away in history. One from Lao Tzu about void-solid ontology. The other is by Gottfried Semper about tectonic ontology. Of course, architecture today is not confronting like the primitive age, rather simply like these elements like home, tribe, body, mind, and nature. Rather, today's architecture is confronting a lot of needs from other disciplines, all of these. And sometimes we think it is too heavy. And it is really challenging for architects to take so many responsibilities and basically pressures from outside worlds. So this pushes us to be anxious or have the anxiety to learn or to think about what will be our future, what will the scope of architecture that we need to respond to in the future. In the book, I proposed this diagram. I just read the diagram from Philip Yuan. I hope this one is a little bit simpler. I see architecture as an evolution progress, which have three fundamental paths, which are body and mind, ontology, and interaction. And of course, body and mind is where architecture comes from, and the reasons and excuse as well. And then when it starts to develop itself, it will have the ontological quality of architecture. And then third is interaction. Sorry, Philip, I put all the tectonic issues or technological issues in the term interaction. Because we interact with technology, with culture, with nature, with society, which can always push architecture to move forward. So we also make our practice within these three categories, and came out of these 18 projects that we put in the exhibition 2 years ago in Tongji University. which are courtyard settlement, free cells, and extension of homes. And these are the diagrams of the these form type. Of course, they are also geometry, but to me, they're not simply the typology that Duran used to use, but they rather carry the characters of cultural site and archaeological quality from the past. First is the courtyard settlement. Of course, this is a very traditional lifestyle, spatial style in Chinese architecture history. And this is Zhujiajiao Museum of Humanities and Arts. We finished in 2010. 5 courtyards corresponding to 5 buildings on 2nd floor, responding to the surrounding landscape and townscape. And then this is Lattice Book House that we brought the idea of courtyard into indoor spaces, into 3-dimensional circulations, and to provide different platforms, and then use them as a free use of courtyard idea that can help to establish platforms for different people, different group of people to study and to read and to enjoy the view of the Bund in Huangpu River. And then this is we newly finished projects, 80,000 square meter big civic center for Pudong's children's and public art. And then this is we call it an interactive platform that can house many different boxes, activities, theaters within on the platform, and then inviting and encouraging people to interact with each other in between different platforms. And this is also a new project we finished this year, Youth Art Museum, new venue in Qingpu district, that we use the mutual support bearing system of the folded plate structure to not only compose the indoor space for the museum, but also compose a courtyard system with corridors that brought the atmosphere from inside out to expand the art from indoor space to outdoor space with the agricultural fields. And second category was a free cell that we are not refer to any classical, like traditional Chinese architecture, but rather our very basic reference to, for example, the nest or the cave structure. And this is the first time we use a hexagon shape. We found the power of it, to how it can respond to different perspectives, views of this village. While we use the 6 side walls as the bearing system, and with the pitched roof, still creating a sense of courtyard internalized and protected within. And this hexagon shape help us to develop this kindergarten projects in Anting in China, in Shanghai, that basically on every floor, 2 classrooms will share a courtyard space right outside their doors. So providing also courtyard life back to the children, where this area will never have this kind of lifestyle again, because everybody is now living in high-rise buildings. And this is a project we just finished. Doreen, this is our new project. And this is the first time we're using parametric tool, not AI, yet, to create this science museum which is now under discussion with the client and potential users. Could be a three-body, the sci-fi novel you probably know. And then this is also within the category of our idea about free cells, and then this is actually a very systemized and rational geometry, but with this 3 layers of wavy concrete shell with 80 meter by 80 meter square floating on top of the artificial mountain. And this is how we use the this is Google's Creator Society Center we finished 10 years ago, where we were interested in the periphery of the hexagon shape, and then use it to generate this Y shape or L shape volume floating in the forest, and then play with the existing camphor trees, aged 60 years old. The last category is the extension of home. Especially shows our interest on the human scale of pitched roof. And I'm going to talk about this a little bit longer with the project we finished last year. And these are, of course, the traditional form type of pitched roof. And on the right side, you can see the Chinese character of the concaved pitch that can help the building to bring the water far away from the building while they introduce more sunlight into the interiors. And then this generic roof typology in southeast the Yangtze River Delta, we call it Xuanshan. You can see the roof it's overhanging, expanding on top of the gable wall, where we can also see the structure of it. It is 2 typical structure system with lifted beam type or through jointed type. And then this kind of typology or form type brought us in history intrusive easiness, and also they help us to distribute light and shadow of the courtyard. Also provides ambiguous boundary with the courtyard. And finally, they create the continuous roofscape for all the towns, traditional canal towns in the Jiangnan area. And we use this concept to generate a series of structure or projects, what we call the series of folded plates, structure. So this is the first project we did. We used the concrete wall, freestanding concrete wall to support a roofscape, like a dancing folded plates, introducing sunlight from south and north, while keep the harsh sunlight from east and west along Rinjing Road, which was the Longhua Airport, the first Shanghai airport before, and it was now a park. And also we used this idea in Suzhou to generate this community center for Dongyuan, a staggered concrete wall structure to support a linearity of this concaved shell on top. Also, a project finished 2 years ago in Xitang town, where we have the a art gallery on top of a market, and we have the steel structure on the ground floor to support freestanding steel structure to support this continuous roofscape, supporting the second floor with a 3-dimensional column ring to support this mutual support timber structure roof. And this is the project I'm going to talk a bit more, also the last one. And this is a bridge we did in Nanjing for Jiangsu Province Horticultural Expo. Yeah, the project is on the to the north of it. It's called Expo Village. 3 architects, including me and Vector and another one from Nanjing, to develop a a guest house village there. And then we, except for the guest house, we also designed this bridge with a 40-meter span to the north as the north entry of the village. And this is a picture looking to the southeast of the village. So here you can see the bridge is very simply across the village. Well, the idea comes from a need to reduce the walking energy that people spend to cross the bridge, because this village is a lot of LD people will come to use the courtyards and houses. So we really want to give them a respect in terms of handicapped slopes, and also give them a nice pedestrian experience when they cross the bridge. While we still need to allow the boat to go underneath the bridge. So this is the plan to the north of the village. So this actually pushes us to think about how to minimize the structure depths of the walking level of the bridge. Of course, this is 40-meter span. It's nonsense to use a heavy structure or suspended bridge typology for like 100-meter span. So here we used again our think about the pitched roof again here. So we try to combine these two images together. So on the right you can see we're trying to make the entry of the bridge as a very intimate scale of houses, or like a public house that open to public, and with a very intimate scale, this double pitched roof, and then with a door and a window. So when people enter, they feel they're at home. And then behind this wall, gable wall, they will be on the way of the bridge. Then comes out with an idea: can we use the double pitched roof as the where we used before as the structure, folded plate structure? Can we use it as a main structure of the bridge that can span 40 meters and then hang all the platforms underneath it? So this is the axon of the bridge, and also the plan and sections. So here you can see we divide the body of the terraces into 9 pieces to make them slow speed. Basically inviting people not only walking through the bridge, but also inviting them to stop in the middle. And then they will be covered by a very traditional looking roof, but actually the roof will contain the real structure of the bridge. And on 2 sides, you can see these 2 concrete U-shaped bridgehead to help to transfer the load of the span into the earth. And this is the structure analysis of seismic stress and life load distortion. So here you can see on the bottom right, you can see the structure model of the whole truss structure with the folded place idea and hanging idea. And this is our tectonic drawing of the section of the bridge. So basically, the folded place is joined by this horizontal linkage underneath. So composed a twin truss structure, triangle truss structure. And then so it's the real structure is hidden in between the roof structure and the ceilings. And then we can use a very light rail, very light rods to hold all the slabs at the bottom. So the bottom part is only 200 millimeter deep. And this is the construction photo of the bridge. So when I visit the site, I was a little bit worried that the structure is still so heavy. Yeah, it is heavy, yeah, because it is a shallow curve, it's not a big curve. And the diameter of the rods, the tubes, 300 millimeter diameter. And of course, I was satisfied. I was satisfied with the depth of the structure and the lightness of the hanging structure. But the roof, I was really not sure. But after everything is done, of course, the structure engineer also help us to transfer the horizontal forces between different platforms, because it's easy to transfer the forces if the bridge is a continuous curve. But now it's distributed into 9 terraces. So what we came up with is a beam actually hidden in between 2 slabs. It's a beam, one piece of beam that these rods hanged. So these staggered beams that helps the seismic forces that can be transferred onto the concrete wall on 2 sides. And so here comes out the results. I don't worry again after it's built, because I believe it is well hidden, the structure inside this traditional roofscape, where I think the scale of the roof has a good comparison with the lightness of the platforms. And this is from the river side, where you can see basically platforms floating on top of the river. And this is from the north side. From the river bottom, where you can see the bottom. This is near construction completion, not fully finished. And when you enter the bridge, you were firstly you were facing this small house, and you were use these 2 opening that you can see behind. And after you enter the room, if you look back, you can see the intimate scale of this gable wall, just like a home. And when you walk on the bridge, we intentionally shifts the slope in between the platform to ask people to slow down and then enjoy the view to both sides, other than go straight forward very quickly. And it also allows the clients to bring in more furnitures and activities, and even market activities in the weekends. And we also use the bamboo curtain to separate the different terraces vaguely into a roughly defined spaces or rooms on the bridge. And now I think it's in good shape, and then we still hope it can be used more vividly by the clients, and then a lot of people start to enjoy this bridge as a slow style of life. And also to enjoy the view to both directions. So using this project as an example that I believe traditional form is still alive to us, and then it is very important for our memory to keep the continuity of our culture when we are using new technology to bring us to the future. So between artificial and nature, between art and technology, between tradition and future, it is where I believe architecture speaks its ontological significance. Thank you.
Thanks, Xiaofeng, for beautiful projects, and we are looking forward for more beautiful projects from your office. Thanks, Xiaofeng. Okay, we are almost there. Finally, we have someone from Macau. Professor Nuno Soares also is my ex-colleague from COHK. He's the head of the Department of Architecture and Design at the University of St. Joseph in Macau, and is our guest editor for the Architecture Asia this time. Nuno actually have been in Macau for 20 years. He represents Macau to exhibit it and curated many in many international biennials and triennials, and he's really the representative of Macau architecture landscape. Yeah, thank you. Let's welcome Nuno.
Thank you, Doreen. I need a microphone. Thank you. Thank you and welcome again. So I will be the last, and we end with the smallest territory. And our topic, so we had a bit of fun matters before, and now we'll have Macau matters. So the topic is scarcity and excess, reshaping architectural fabrication. So we are talking about Macau, and many times when we talk about Macau, so Macau matters. Macau is this city. I always need to explain what is Macau. When I go abroad, no one knows where Macau is. When I explain where it is, people don't really know what is the category of city that we're talking about. So it's a city in the special administrative region of China. It's in the western Pearl River Delta by the South China Sea. Our population is very tiny, so we're talking about 680,000 people, and our area is 33 square kilometers. So how can we think about stuff that really matters in the greater China coming from such a small place? So in terms of matters, this has to do with a situation or a subject that is being dealt with or considered, a substance or things of a particular type, and as a verb is something that is important, that has an effect. So in this case, when I talk about Macau and when I think about Macau, I think about our continuous urban fabric that is quite dense and quite rich, a very small-scaled urban fabric. But when people talk about Macau, they think about casinos, and this is exactly the same scale. And they think about the gaming venue that Macau became in the last years. So if we're talking about this image, you will be able to see on the same urban fabric thousands of buildings. And if you look at the exactly same scale, you will be able to see one resort. So there's a really big change in terms of scale and in terms of contrast in Macau. So these are the same scale, and you see that that is the Macau that evolved over 400 years, more than 400 years, and this is the Macau that we have for the past 20 years. And they still coexist. And the talk today is going to talk about these two realities. So one is the reality of the rooftop houses, the city where people usually live in Macau. The walkable city that we know with narrow alleys that people walk through, a quite walkable city where we can meet other people. And then we have another streetscape that is the streetscape of the Cotai Strip. That is a streetscape that is not really for pedestrians, is mostly for cars. And it's a very different urban experience from the other one that we have. We have some of the biggest buildings in the world exist in Macau. Some are the size of airports, so this is the Venetian. So the talk is about scarcity and excess. So if we talk about scarcity, as a noun, this is a situation in which something is not easy to find or to get. And if we talk about excess, is an amount that is more than acceptable, expected, or reasonable. So we have a bit of a problem with scarcity, and there's also a bit of a problem with access. But let's try to see what are the opportunities that exist on these two extremes. So in terms of population, this was the population pre-COVID, 660,000. And we had 39 million visitors. So there's a big contrast. Of course, they are not there in the same day, but Hong Kong has 50-something million visitors per year. Macau had 39 million, and Macau is more than 10 times smaller than Hong Kong. So in terms of the average wage in Macau, because people always talk about money when they talk about Macau, it's 25,000 US per person. But when we talk about the GDP used to be 83,000, so one of the highest in the world. And there's a bit of a gap there, right? So there's 60,000 that are going somewhere. So on the scarcity side, we have these are the customized facades that we have in Macau with window cages. People used to expand their own space. And this is part of urban landscape in Macau. This is something that we see every day. My first time arriving to Macau, I thought, what is that? It's like people are in home arrest. It's very strange for people that are not familiar with this reality. Of course, I'm there for 20 years. I know that this is a space to basically, a very inexpensive way to expand the living space, to customize the living space. And we also have this. We also have extremely challenging and extremely exuberant buildings that are casinos. Many different shapes, many different inspirations. Rooftop houses that are quite creative as well. Annexes that people build with little or no money. The publicity that is common to these two realities, that is part of Macau's landscape for many years. And the new publicity, the new TVs that we have on the streets related with casinos. And we have also the bamboo. So it's one of those very inexpensive materials that is predominant in our urban landscape. They are used to build temporary structures, scaffolding. They are used to build casinos. They are used to build basically all the main constructions that we have in Macau are built with bamboo scaffolding. So at least a moment in time, every building was quite beautiful when they had the scaffolding on. So we have these building envelopes that are made of bamboo. So the topic today is reshaping, so scarcity and excess. How can this reshape architectural fabrication? And I'll talk about one building that is mostly, it's the only building that when I go abroad, people know about in Macau. So there are two, the St. Paul ruins that people heard about, and there's the building that is behind this. Any idea of what is this? Yeah, but there's a building hidden behind. Morpheus by Zaha Hadid. So this is the only building that when we travel abroad, people recognize in the world of architecture as a building from Macau, a contemporary building from Macau. And this is a building that changed the perception about parametric architecture that could be fabricated in large scale. This was only possible in this part of China, so it was the first free-form, exoskeleton-bound high-rise building. And people know this. So even the word exoskeleton became quite associated with the building, and when we talk about this outside Macau, this is still possible. So we have Patrick Schumacher in Macau presenting the concept developments. People at that time didn't know how this looked like, because this was just a presentation. This was in 2017, so the building was not built yet. And then they explained basically all the technical drawings and all how they were applying. So they were really fascinated with this possibility of parametric design being applied with no limit of cost. So it was a prototype for a new kind of architecture. So different algorithms, different design languages applied on the inside and on the outside, really a playground for architects that were trying to push the discipline design-wise and also trying to push the industry. And this was possible in this city that I was just showing you because there's this excess, because there's this 60,000 GDP per person that are going somewhere, in some cases to these kind of buildings. And so this building is the building that when we talk about contemporary architecture in Macau that people think about. And it's not about the shape, that is not what I'm interested here. What I'm interested is that we are, in Macau, we have one of the richest cities in the world. They use this opportunity to create a new paradigm in terms of architecture and to push it for a new prototype. So when we have access, we can do something like this. And then the glass, the curtain wall, every piece is different. There's a steel structure as an exoskeleton. Then there's a aluminium cladding on the outside. Thousands of pieces that were built and then shipped to Macau and assembled in Macau. And this is a building that people from abroad, they always go and they always visit. But this starts to permeate the local culture. So I'm also the director of CURB, Center for Architecture and Urbanism, which is a non-for-profit center for research. And we have an architecture photography competition every year. And these are some of the photos that locals are taking of the building. So the building is not just for tourists. Locals really start to incorporate this on their own identity. So this was one of the award-winning photos. So the maintenance. So the building is so customized that even to just clean it, you need to have a specialized team of people that can climb and can go there and clean it. So it's really, even in terms of maintenance, is extremely exuberant, the maintenance costs and the requirements that it has. And this is this year one of the winning photos that is looking from the lobby up to the top part. So this was Christine, our president of the Artists Association of Macau. AAM is publishing a magazine. And this is, of course, already part of history of architecture in Macau. It's one of those cases. But then the same magazine and the same place, and now on the left side, so it's going to be slightly cheaper, also has this bamboo pavilion that is being built for the last years at my university. It's a project that I coordinate. So this is called the Intertwined Pavilion. So it's it was built, this one was built 2 years ago, but basically we build it every year. And this is designed with students as a workshop in 5 weeks. Designed and built, so designed by the students, built by a scaffolding company. And it's a process that takes 5 weeks, using exactly the same design process as before. So there's a culture of bamboo scaffolding and bamboo construction. So this is a temporary Chinese opera house that we have in Macau for 400 people. And they build it and dismantle it every year around May. Bamboo is used for scaffolding, as we showed before, with many different densities, with many different technologies. It's extremely versatile, it's extremely fast to build, it's quite cheap to build, and it deals well with typhoons, as we are all aware. And because towers are so tall in terms of the loads, it's much safer than using the same load in metal, at least in the climate that we have in Macau. So this is still something that is quite alive. And there are different joint techniques. So our students always start by doing a research on the techniques and on the materials, surveying sites around the city. And then they are also quite interested in parametric design. They are architecture students. They want to generate shapes. They want to challenge the discipline. And every year we start with a different program, with different functions that we need to manage. So that time we had an exhibition in the center, we need to do a celebration in the center. So they start with a program every year that is a different program. And they cannot repeat any technique, they cannot repeat any shape. They need to really push the boundaries of what is possible with that material within that budget. And I'll tell you what is that budget later on. So this is the roof plan of this project, the Intertwine, and then the ground floor. So every bamboo has a different dimension, it's customized. Every section has a different dimension. So it's a nightmare if we think about it in terms of design. So if we want to design it by hand or by CAD, it's not possible. But of course with Rhino, with Grasshopper, this is very easy to do. And then there's an undulating shape on the outside, a different undulating shape on the inside. The building can withstand basically typhoons because we need to calculate for that. And as you are all aware, so there's a Grasshopper algorithm, and we broke it into these 18 sections. So basically there are 18 sections, each one with a different shape. So it's just a section that bamboo scaffolders build on the ground, and then they build it by hand. So although we're talking, it's not like Philip Yuan was talking before, so this is not cut it by computer or by robot. This is just a very simple, very quick design exercise that we transform a parametric algorithm into a traditional 2D drawing, and then the bamboo workers, they don't look into the algorithm, they don't look into the 3D, they just look into the drawings and into the model, and they are able to build it. So this is, the students calculate the lighting, they design also the lighting. They, of course, they create renders to understand what will be the final impact. And they do the model. So they do every time a model at this 1:20 scale. And the workers, the bamboo workers, are not interested in the 3Ds. They just want to, basically three things. They want the pavilion to be marked on the floor. They want to have the technical drawings for the sections whenever there are sections, and they need the model. So the model is what helps them to solve this. So the students do the models. Usually they do two models because the first one, the bamboo scaffolders always find problems and becomes always expensive. So we try to make it to always adjust it. And then they build it. And sometimes they build the pavilion faster than the students build the model. So the fastest model production was 2 days. The longest was something like 5 days. And they already built these pavilions in 3 days. So this year we are building it in 6 days. But it's quite fast. And it's also interesting because when you're talking about architecture, you know, so we are architects. Our projects take years. I have a project now that is taking almost a decade. So this is 5 weeks. So it's kind of quite interesting to be able to do this. These are third-year students. Okay, so then they work with the bamboo workers. They basically set up the pavilion. There's an exhibition that shows the pavilion to the community. The community is invited to do different activities, and they can book for free the pavilion. And there's always a night event, so we need to do a light show, because if not, then people don't see it and they don't go there. So the light effect is kind of this city of excess. We need that element. And then this stays at the campus of the university. It's public, it's open to the public. And this year was, and then we always do an exhibition. We basically document the entire process so that that knowledge can be passed to the next generation. And we make really a statement to bring every stakeholders, engineers, architects, city hall, so that we can still portray what is the potential of this vernacular technology. And then this year, and then of course students are the stars, they are on TV, so this gives them a boost, so they believe that architecture can be public, that architecture can be relevant. And this year we had COVID, so it was the year with more visitors to the pavilion, because people had to do the test, so it was mandatory to go to the campus to do the test. So it was not voluntary, but by chance. So now everyone knows, or a lot of people know the bamboo pavilion, because they had to squeeze next to it to go for the test, the COVID test. And then every year we do a different pavilion. So I was just picking one, so just for example. Basically what they do is they pick up the model, and with the model they build it. So this is another year. Last year this had 3 spaces. It was a workshop space to introduce the SDGs to the community. So the shape changes, the tectonics change, the program changes. It's an ever-changing project. And this is this year, so it's not yet built. It's going to open on Tuesday. It's final touches. But this year is going to have a choral performance space on the outside. It's going to have an urban path in the middle. And we went to the edge to what was physically possible to do legally, because we need to have the fire engines to pass through. And we have a very stringent budget limitation. So we're talking about the bamboo, the Morpheus Hotel. So it's almost 150,000 square meters. It was one of the most expensive buildings per square meter built at that time. So we are talking about 7,500 USD per square meter. And it's using a design methodology that is quite similar to another building that you're seeing there that is quite small, 50 square meters, 1 level, and 10,000 US dollars per year. So every time that we build it, that is our budget. which is $200 per square meter. So if you give any architect that budget, there's no project. There's not even a project for that amount of money, right? But if we take it as a challenge, this can be a very interesting exercise. So what we've been doing is basically playing between excess and scarcity. And there's a creative freedom and a creative challenge within scarcity that sometimes help us to go beyond our normal limitations and to see things that we are not asked to see. So what I would say, and the message that I would have, is that in terms of the discipline, it's not the size that really matters, it's not the price that really matters, it's the disciplinary contribution, it's the innovation that you do. And culturally, I would say that Macau is a gaming place, and Macau is also the city with this rich history and urban fabric that we all know. So this is the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nuno, and give us a very fascinating Macau. And actually, I still remember the one drinks we had in the Zaha Hadid's hotel before the COVID. Very nice. Okay, so we draw the conclusion for our 10 keynote speeches. Actually, 10 great lectures, and then 10 different point of views towards our architecture making and place making to reflect, not only reflect our tradition, our presence, but also project our optimistic future. I think with a different kind of alternatives for our community, and then the new technology perhaps in the coming days. Let's give another round of applause for all our 10 speakers. Thank you so much. It's very nice. I'm going to pass the relay pattern to our next moderator for another important roundtable discussion, Professor Qi Yu. Thank you.
Thank you, Doreen. Roundtable is always challenging because time is limited. But anyway, let's talk about panel discussion. So I'm the Deputy Dean of School of Architecture. So in a roundtable stage, we will have 8 persons to share some ideas. But as we talked before, there were 3 people will sharing some slides. Maybe I beg you and please help me to cut it short. In that way, we can have more time to sharing some WeChat or name card, or we can drink something, or maybe Drew can take us to see his building in Shenzhen campus. So now, please welcome the first sharing people. The first is Wallace from University of Hong Kong. So after first round sharing, then we put some chairs, and then we can talk a little bit. So please.
So I have, how many slides are there? I think more than. Maybe I put it here. Okay. I try to be short about the my sharing somehow. I tend not to be an architect today, just to be a cultural observer somehow. So what you see is something, this is the picture from my window. So it was so stunning that some people really put a kind of shape onto the sea. And indeed, when I look at this topic of this region, okay. So this is the area that we talk about, Pearl River Delta, and this is the area. So Hong Kong is here, Macau here, and Guangzhou is here. So I did observe and try to understand more about this area as an observer. And I find that what really ties us together is the blue territory, that means the sea, That means this triangle here. So we call it Pearl River Delta. And indeed, I think this is how I conceive it. Today, I think it's the first beginning that different people in this region come together and try to think and act together. But at the same time, there are, proximity and distance relationship between this area that in the past, I think more than 20 years, I've been observing, doing some research, and I find that there's no such thing, what we call the sustainable planning about this area. And nowadays, a few years ago, they pronounced this strategy of 9+2. And indeed, some of the speakers has been sharing with us, the technology around in Shenzhen, Macau, Hong Kong, actually they work together simultaneously. And what I think, I put a big question for me, why they think together and whether they can think together in the future. This is my observation and try to think about that. And about 20 years ago, maybe slightly more than that, this area has been connected with roads, highways, landscape like this. Probably one of those big developers, Big Guiyun, right, actually is occupying the territories like this. But indeed, when we look back into the situation, this is an area of land and water. And it used to be like this. And why we come together, actually, is because of the defense. In the past, the territory has been kind of, being traded in a way. The British came, the Portuguese came, they come to areas like Hong Kong, Macau, and come to this area, Canton, Guangzhou, as the center. So those towns around it, today we call the 9+2, actually is protecting this capital in this region. And Hong Kong and Macau actually are two arms to protect Canton. And this is the Canton city, right, the capital of this region in the imperial period of time. And it used to be occupied and connected with water, no highways, no land connection. Actually, the area is subdivided by the blue territory like this. And people are connected with both people. Still, I think today we erase most of them, like the Tai O in Hong Kong, like Jige in Macau, and some other area in Canton City. Indeed, this area is connected by these boats. I call the waterborne communities. And in some of those pictures, old pictures, you can see the front area actually is connected by all those boats, different kinds of boats, not the city. The city is just the backdrop. So then I will conceive this idea, the Great Bay Area today, indeed actually is or should be reconnected with water. And this is what I call the cultural landscape at that moment, which is a kind of picture which has been exported to the US as a kind of cultural landscape picture where people has been living quite happily, and also they're all connected with farms and boats and pavilions and such things. And then it developed into kind of territory like this with kind of rows of buildings in Guangzhou area. So this area, this region actually is equipped with this welcome to the external culture. And then cultural mutation happens. The city was built because of that interrelationship between land and water. And indeed, this region also have a kind of indigenous culture, which is the street culture, where everything happened on the streets. Business, culture, exchanges of people and ideas as well. And then develop into shop houses like these cases in Macau and Guangzhou, and this is revitalized in Macau as part of the urban landscape. Probably Nuno is kind of familiar with that. And it becomes kind of the people's place. But indeed, these kind of arcade structures, even in these three cities, in Macau, Hong Kong, and Guangzhou area, they look similar but different because of the scale, because of the way they kind of interact with the other part of the city. So there was a saying indeed about they call the Guangzhou城, 香港地、澳門街, So it portrays at different scales. But that really gives a kind of life to the city. So today, I think we still inherit this kind of atmosphere in the city. Indeed, this picture actually is the conception of this area. Guangzhou is in the middle, and the two arms protected by Macau and Hong Kong. So, time change because of the open door policy. So there's still certain kind of cultural activities going on, like this, what we call the Cantonese opera, which is like traveling between these places in different areas. We call Hongxun. I think also they also built with bamboos and still carry on, still have a live tradition. And also because of the change of the time, that different kind of cultural figures, like these figures in different kind of aspects of cultural development, came to Hong Kong and developed their own, area of culture. And these become authentically and uniquely local in a way, even though it borrowed from elsewhere, but it developed its own character. Like in these kind of old buildings in Hong Kong. And at the same time, China has been closed off for about half a century. And then it developed into something else. And Hong Kong and Macau developed independently. And when Hong Kong starts, actually it's because of the early plan. This is just an urban development, naturally developed. And then in the later plan, which is, there's a planner from London drafting up these kind of area. This is the first urban plan of Hong Kong, where Hong Kong has been given a kind of character, what we call the light industrial city framework, where the living and the working actually is coming together, which is a new modernism, I would say, because function is no longer separated, but a kind of mixed use and compact urbanism happen. And then it becomes the city. So today, the majority of the city is still this kind of block structure, which is about 100 meters long, about 30 meters wide. So this gives a basic structure to the city. And that actually gives a kind of urban culture of this region, where people live upstairs or at the back of the block and then work at the front. So this is kind of common character that you can see in Hong Kong. This is one of those examples in the Sham Shui Po and other places like Kowloon City or Mong Kok area, which is quite common. And this gives a character to the city, a mixed-use residence. And today, somehow, it's disappearing or being replaced. And for example, this is one of the urban redevelopment in Hong Kong, what we call the Wedding Cart Street, which has been erased and replaced by new urban redevelopment. And this is the kind of developer's model. And this is the scene that you can see quite commonly. Developer's model, again, functionality and image overlooking the harbor like this. So this is the ongoing story of Hong Kong in a response to the area of the Pearl River Delta. Today we call the Great Bay Area. And now we have a new neighbor, Shenzhen, right? Because of our leader, Deng Xiaoping, came and then opened up a new territory where manufacturing actually at the cross the border to other places like Dongguan and stuff. So this is the second wave of the cultural change, where the laborers actually has been working quite diligently, but culturally they're also being affected by the pop culture. Like these guys being very popular, everybody brainwashed by their songs and movies and stuff. And also duplicates of Hong Kong. So that was kind of situation happened in the last 20 years, and it becomes lots of urban syndromes. Something is missing. And then, at 1997, the situation changed again. Hong Kong taking a new role. Instead of the window, it becomes a bridge to the other part of the world, a springboard. So the scale being bigger and widely connected to other places. So they call a new triangle, Lau Lun Gong, right? New York, London, and Hong Kong at that moment of time. And Macau becomes another place. It's no longer a small gambling place, but it's competing with, where is it? You know, the Las Vegas, right? And you can see, actually, it's even bigger than Las Vegas, right? How many times? Maybe 5 times? That's even bigger somehow in terms of the return of the money, right? So now is another issue, 9+2, which is a big debate. And this is the kind of distribution of the partnership. This is what I meant to be. I mean, Beijing want to connect the cities together. The reason is they want to make a big Bay Area which is compatible to the San Francisco Bay and also Tokyo Bay Area. I mean, in terms of quantity, actually it's outbidding already. But in terms of the units productivity, is still lacking somehow. So this reconstructed balance actually should need 2 things. One is competition, the other is collaboration. So these 2 photographs, you can see the territory change quite a bit. You can see Shenzhen here, right? Basically green, and now it's basically urbanized after about 40 years. So Shenzhen is taking another role, which I think we need to reconsider the position of different parts of the city. So this is a big debate earlier. Hong Kong, Macau, and Zhuhai actually connected because of bridge. There was a big debate, is 1Y or 2Y scheme, right? And then somehow Shenzhen was saying, no, we cannot join this 2Y, just 1Y, right? I mean, not Shenzhen, but somebody said that. And now they build another thing. This is the connection earlier, the single Y or double Y. And now Shenzhen build another one. Shenzhen building the other connection, which will be open next year probably, right? This is a result. And why is it so? I think it's political on the one hand. On the other hand, I think it's cultural. And this is become a natural outcome of this cultural affiliation. Because in Shenzhen, we speak Putonghua, right? But in this region, Macau and Hong Kong, actually, they speak Cantonese. And this foundation is, I mean, this cultural foundation is, I don't know how to say it, it's something which is more familiar with each other. And there's a better connection deep back into the culture. So how are we going to reposition ourselves both in this reality and new changes? So I think this is my thinking about this in the future. What we have to re-examine is what we call the genius loci. This means the spirit of the place. I mentioned earlier, this is a blue territory, not the land territory. How the blue territory, that means the water, actually is the connection with people. So there was a big quote by Kevin Lynch, a very famous planner in MIT. He said city forms the actual function and the ideas and values that people attach to them make up a single phenomenon. We have to respect this area is a single phenomenon. It's not repetitive. It's a connection, and we have to reconnect them together as a whole territory, not single cities anymore. So when we reconnected, so this is one of the surviving community in Hong Kong, waterborne community, Tai O. People are living happily, and they have also connectivity with nature and culture as well. So this is a small area, but then it become an outer town. You can see from this primary community and then to this next generation, we examine the history, become a trading port, and then colonial city, in the 70s, manufacturing city, and commercial city, and now we talk about cultural city because we built up the West Kowloon cultural districts, and we want this, Hong Kong as a cultural city. But how are we going to position that? This is still a question mark, maybe 3 question marks for me. Commercial hub, obvious in Hong Kong, but how about culture? So we build culture for this kind of performances, right? Intangible culture. And how are we going to interpret that? This is one of those architectural manifestos of that, which is the Xishu Center, which was built earlier. in the West Kowloon district, which is meant to expose or showcase the contemporary expression of a traditional art form to the world. So this is, you can see this is one kind of architecture. And the idea here actually is to, is almost like the curtain, right? Open up the curtain to the world symbolically. And then this is the situation, right? I mean, the outlook, I think it's a little blur, right? The international platform, this is interior. And on the contrary, in Guangzhou, actually there's a equal or something equivalent, which is the Wing Hing Fong, right? They also have Cantonese opera, but that is inside the community. Inside the lanes is part of the daily life. So these are two different attitudes. Instead of opening up to the international, they want to keep it as part of the daily life experience. I don't know whether it's good or bad. It's nothing good or bad, but it's the two different attitudes. And say, for example, our chair also visited earlier. And culturally speaking, in Hong Kong, because we're open to the world, there are also newcomers like Art Basel. They came to Hong Kong, I think, earlier. But at the same time, it's still commercialized. It's still a commercial thing. It's still just an imported thing. It's not themselves, right? So I think this is the question mark for me. Equally, I think Freddie was not here. I'm still criticizing this is a little bit of importing something from Beijing, right? It's still undigested. Maybe we need something more digested, something more coherent to the society. People are more embracing to that. And for example, this is kind of rejected somehow. People express this inconvenience or not so comfortably about this kind of imported Palace Museum. They're still questioning why Palace Museum. And I think one of the solutions to this cultural dynamics, I would say, we have to think about, I use the term future memory. That means we have to develop our city, develop this region in a way that which is looking forward, but at the same time we have to understand the past together at the same time. This is the idea. So for example, this is some of those examples we quote from Tsin Kai Chun in Nam Hong. I think this is some of the rediscovery of the river, which is interesting as an example. And I think we also find similar example in Guangzhou, right? So this is the Laiji Wan Chong. We discovered the river. And it's become part of the very beloved area of the city. And we discover those places and people love it in the end. And there are also revitalizing of the old buildings as well. And also it becomes a political achievement of the leaders, which is one thing, right? This is the in Guangzhou's situation. In Hong Kong, I was actually personally involved in this rediscovery of this Kai Tak River, which is used to be near the airport, and which is here next to the old airport and up into the city. And I tried to engage the community together, working with people who are, know the community, and we understand more about, we don't have money. Nuno was talking about the budget of building a bamboo pavilion and the hotel, which is almost like 200 times more. And this is also equally the same. We have no budget basically, and we just push the people to rediscover it, and using the government money, and also using nature as part of those driving force to create opportunity for school kids to come along and building models in reimagining the possibility, and also go to the community and persuade them there's something good and cultural in your district. And today, I think we still treasure this urban asset, water again. And wildlife coming back. This is the density of the fish along the river. And birds comes back. And we also, people comes back. We imagine this river is a place for cultural activities. People can reimagine the possibility. And also people install this kind of artwork along the river. Kids, school kids, they understand better about the ecology, the water qualities, and learn how are they going to tackle this area again. So the river becomes their river. So today I think they change it, beautified it, and become part of the urban asset. I don't know, I still have lots of question mark in myself, in my head, but I think this area, what we call the Great Bay Area, should be reinterpreted and reconnected if we think together and work together. And this is my dream, which is quite gray and dark. And that will be my future, I hope. So that is the starting point of what we call the contemporary culture of the Water Silk Road. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Walsey. Through the images and historical and culture sharing, you give us more thinking about genealogy. So next we will have 5 minutes for presentation sharing. So let's welcome Marco and Brian. So 5 minutes, okay?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. But it says the file is broken, right? Yep, sure. Give me a sec. No problem. Which one is your phone? Right, okay, yeah, so we promise we will be concise to finish it in 5 minutes. So I'm Marco and this is Brian, and yeah, and we've submitted an article about 4,000 to 5,000 words, so we will treat this presentation as like a trailer, which our title is Beyond the Profession, Expanding the Architectural Realm to Fields of Life. Yep, and this is our profile page, and Brian right now is working as an architect in Hong Kong, and I'm now also with HKIA, the Planning and Urban Design Committee, and myself is working on project management with a developer in Hong Kong. And with myself and Brian we are classmates in Copenhagen, and we did some exhibition and previously, like these few years, and also some research and publications. We went to the UIA Copenhagen Congress and also the Arc Asia Philippine conference. So we are glad to see some familiar faces here. And we wanted to do some research and also publicize some kind of architectural observations and phenomenon that we see in the city. And we try to give some insight and also some design propositions. And our topic is about beyond profession. So what we observe is that like in Hong Kong, in a pretty saturated market in terms of like architectural offices, most of them are really focused on project delivery, like what we usually see, like building high rises, office towers, residential towers to make a profit. But what we see now, can we go to the next page? Yeah. What we see now is that architects are expanding our influence, like more into an early stage of the project, like we do public engagement into a later stage of a project. Like we help the developers to do marketing, sales, and also to draw crowds to the shopping malls. And also we go to like a smaller scale of design, like furniture, placemaking, and also in a larger scale, like we influence government's policy on urban design. And of course, like in previous presentations, we also work on heritage stuff.
Okay, so the next section is about a few typologies that were researched on. And basically the first part is about public housing. This is actually a design competition won by local architects. It's public transitional housing. It doesn't look like the typical Hong Kong public housing that you see in Google Images or in history, because we see this as like a shift in the change of how the Hong Kong government views public housing because of the emergence of sustainability. And some of the recent public housings has incorporated many design briefs for greenery and open space requirements. And even in the late 2022, there was a well-being project which was initiated by the government. And now they're drafting a design manual with local architects, which might be implemented later. And this is actually a architectural competition, which they invited young architects to think about how public housing could incorporate these ideas. And as you can see, its focus is not just on the typology, but also on the common spaces with a common boulevard in between spaces and roof terraces. And we hopefully will see more of these projects in the future. In the private housing sector, this is actually the Pavilla Farm, which was a new private development in the New Territories. And what we're seeing is a different mentality, which was introduced by developers. As you know, land prices in Hong Kong are very high, and people instead of now chasing for prestige developments, now Hong Kong developers are thinking of how to reshape the lifestyles of residents. So this was a clubhouse which was designed by Snowhatter and several local practices. And what we're interested in is how the clubhouse has become like a generator for new types of lifestyles, and not just chasing about commercial value in residential projects. And as Hong Kong is not just about housing, but also as Hong Kong has a lot of malls, which actually access social gathering spaces. And in recent years, many malls have used that approach of adaptive reuse. It might not be the most cost efficient, but it's more sustainable in a sense. And this project is actually a redevelopment of a old government building with a wedge they punctured at atrium in the center, and it's now like a very a very popular place for young people. And the next part is a new landmark shopping mall in Tsim Sha Tsui, which is a big development called the Victoria Dockside. And this is a bit different from other mall developments because we see the developer splitting the design brief into many small features for small offices to do. And they also invited international offices like OMA and James Corner. And we see the density of design features being more dense, and also the scale is smaller. So this is the current development of shopping malls at the moment.
Okay, so I'll skip through the examples, but I'll briefly talk through what we'll be mentioning in the article. So like architects in Hong Kong, we are now also involving in smaller scale designs, like design of pavilion design for placemaking for the harbourfront. And also some art installation that we try to bring more people and raise their interest in going to the public spaces. And of course, about heritage, I think previously Charles had mentioned a lot about Dai Gun, but for this one, it's a PMQ project. Architects are also involved in when to add new things and how we build on top of the context that we have in terms of history and culture. And then we have this competition in Kai Tech, which the winner of the competition, they try to create bridges around the historic relics of the Longjun stone bridge, which was used to be part of the Kowloon city. And that's how architects try to curate history, and also how we control how people see it. And then we have two upcoming developments. One of them is the Khao Yichao Artificial Islands, which is in the central waters of Lantau Island. Right now, the government is proposing it to be another business district, but like the Institute of Architects, we are trying to contribute to the consultation process, and we try to invite people to rethink, after COVID, how we are using the office spaces and how we achieve our work-life balance. And then this site next to Shenzhen, we have this Santin Technopole and the Northern Metropolis. And for this one, we also had some forums and to brainstorm together how we can work with the ecological context and also the historical cultural context of the villages.
We just want to end the presentation with the Renaissance man as a model. Usually we refer that to Da Vinci, which has many talents, but I think in this emerging contexts with lots of new emerging technologies, new demands, and also social concerns, that we need to be not limited by the profession and also expand our knowledge. And architects are traditionally not limited to just architecture. We have the most extreme case where Vitruvius actually designed war machines. So hopefully we'll see more interesting projects coming in Hong Kong. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco Brian. So now let's officially launch the round table. So please, right now, at the beginning, I want to, as the co-organizer, I want to share some numbers about this activity. There will be 8,000 online auditorium on Archipelago, and 2,000 on the platform of Digital Future, and 1,800 on Bilibili platform. So thanks all the speakers, fantastic sharing. Thank you. So now, let's welcome Wang Junyang, Professor, School of Architecture and Urban Planning, Nanjing University. And Mao Chou-Fai, Joy, Architect, Hong Kong Institute of Architects. And Thomas, welcome. Marco, Brian, Nuno, Wallasey, and there will be two guest editor, Professor Zhu. Because time is limited, but the chance is very important. So now let's move to a round table. Just now we hearing many fascinating lectures, a different perspective. So Professor Wang, would you sharing some ideas or critics to the audience and all the people?
Yeah, sure. Because of the time, I think I'd better make some make comments to some of the presentations this afternoon. Some of the presentations speak to me more than others. The first presentation I'd like to respond is Yang Ho Chang's house as prototype. I know Yang Ho very well, although he's not here right now, but I know him quite well since many times back. He's known for his commitment to architectural materialism, or architecture for its own rights. So his presentation of house as prototype confirms that kind of commitment. Interestingly, it is realized a version of his early design concepts when he was in the United States. But Yang Ho Chang is not an architect of prototype. His projects show many other interests, like ontology of construction, or hybrid use of a space, and urban clusters, and so on. So house as prototype, or searching for prototypes, or searching for essentials of architecture, is only one aspect of Yang Ho Chang's practice. And in this connection, I like to raise the issue of social architecture that everyone likes to talk about nowadays. It seems that house as prototypes is a kind of architecture that keeps distance from social architecture. But my argument is that you have many ways to relate architecture to social issues and to social architecture. Certainly, house as type is a kind of, architecture for its own right. You might wonder, it's a kind of play that architects make for themselves. But I like to refer to his recent project here in Nantou, Shenzhen. That's a community center that he just completed. It's a kind of architecture that goes beyond that the kind of searching for the essentials or for the prototype of architecture. It's a kind of architecture that involves people and community life into architecture. But the question is, in what way and how much? I was told this afternoon we have opportunity to visit the project, and I'm looking forward to seeing it. Anyway, that's my comment to Yang Ho, and I really hope he come up with more projects like this kind of like Nantou Community Center. My next comment, my comment to the next project is the Kingway Brewery renovation by Meng Yan. It is formally innovative and urbanistically vibrant as many of his projects. It is exciting. I haven't visited the project, but from pictures I can guess it's very exciting project. What is apart from the very exciting form and space, what is missing, however, I think it's a kind of a programmatic thinking. But maybe this is precisely the point of this project. And it's a project without programmatic thinking. And it's, in other words, it's a kind of open program. It's an open program for urban and social life, and people may fulfill the space with their own activities. I haven't seen that, but I would like to very much to visit the project to see how people use this kind of space, other than just walking through with exciting experience of these spaces. Okay. Lastly, I like to refer to Sora. She's not here now. Her sport grounds and the rooftop design. It shows that architects can do much more than designing, making buildings. There are a lot of other things then design buildings to make a better life for people and for the city. That's great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Wang, to give many deeper thinking about last round presentation. So maybe since we have 4 guest editor, maybe we would like to introduce that Zhu Xiaofeng, Nuno, Joe, and Thomas give some quick feedback or some sharing ideas with the presentation, okay?
Okay, so you're asking me to start first. So I cannot replace you. So I'm here interested in what is the message of this group of projects. So I didn't know the projects before coming. I was a participant, basically thinking about what is the message that Macau has to say. And after the presentations, after all the presentations, we had a similar forum about Thai architecture, Thai contemporary architecture, and it was much easier to identify the common trace on that presentation. So the offices were dealing with new programs, they were developing new materials, so it was possible to have a sense of some coherence and some shared issues on the previous presentation. China is way more complex, is way bigger, and I think that this is also reflected on what we saw today. So I'm not seeing and I'm not identifying one common denominator in all the presentations. I'm seeing that the scales are different, the complexity of projects is also different. So I don't see formal connections, I don't see many issues of contact, but I see something that always amazes me. That is that in this part of the world, and I'm here for 20 years, this is my home, but there's a capacity to turn the complex into simple. So in other places that I also know and where I've been from, we discuss issues for a long time. We have an intellectual discussion about stuff, and here people set up the challenge with intellectual rigor. They end up developing a proposal to solve those issues, and complexity is not an issue. So complexity is something that becomes solved in a very practical way. So I think that that is one of the strengths of the presentations that we saw. They all have intellectual rigor, different issues, but they are all complex. So we didn't see any project that was a simple project. We never had a project that was common sense, that was something just natural. It was not like that. So projects are complex and they are managed in a very practical way, and that always surprises me. The other thing that I would like to also mention in this scenario is that I think that many times China is so big that China speaks for itself. And we are talking sometimes for each other around the same place. But it's quite important that if China wants to be a player, it's important that we are able to speak to other people. And that soft power is not a strength of China yet. It's more about the accomplishment, it's more about the numbers, it's more about, and I think that there's much more cultural density on this side than the world knows. I think that we need to make this richness in terms of culture to become more visible and more accessible outside China, because from the outside, this is not easy to understand. So, and it's not them that will understand that. It's us that are on this side that need to convey those messages, because otherwise this dialogue will not work. So what I will say is that I'm very happy to see that we have so many different architectural practices with different DNAs, with different ambitions, all of them extremely capable of doing very complex projects and meaningful projects with a short time. So this is something that is unique to this part of the world. I would also like to say that engage in dialogue. So share your ideas in a more soft power way. So we don't need so much the numbers, we need more in this case to discuss the real issues. And if we create this kind of dialogue that deals more with empathy, I think that China will be able to shine more. Thank you.
That's why we have this forum.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's why we have this
We'll
forum.
have more.
Thank you first of all.
Okay.
Okay, Luno, I agree with you. So I will frame it as a term called cultural pragmatism. We're very practical, right? We're very pragmatic. And this is kind of in the DNAs, just like the bamboo scaffolding, right? It works, and people just carry it on. But I think that spirit should be further elaborated and articulated through architects, scholars, or professors, and make it like a soft power. Because I think, even though today I'm not representing architects' role, I didn't show my projects, but I think from that study that when I started to write up the article, I realized that the things that we work on actually is out of need, okay, we need money, so we do something, right? We need space, so we created something. So I think that is interesting, which is going back to your fundamental issue, right? Architecture is very simple, cave and tree house. So this is the fundamentals, and I think we are close to that fundamentals in this region, and that should be further articulated through practices as well as cultural bombardments. So I welcome the Portuguese impact as well as the British impact, or even American impact or Japanese impact to here, and we can really agglomerate and react. I think that is the beauty of this region. I think that is what I observe through this study. Going back to your fundamentals.
This is my dream, but I don't. It's my from myself about this nationality, or is there really a word we can call Chineseness? I don't think so. My point is, but there could be a value that people share, or maybe an attitude, how people see the relationship between architecture, human and nature, and technology. This is something probably the Asian people, I would say, Asian or the Chinese people, will have some common grounds compare with the Western discourse. And then as part of my observation of contemporary architects in mainland China, I actually, some of us belong to like born in 70s. Yeah, Mr. Meng maybe from 60s only. I have to say maybe for the 70s. Only care about the quality, how well they can complete their job, and for even younger generation like 1990s, they don't care about really the responsibility that I have to represent the country or whatever. They really, what we really care is their own interests. It could be globalized, could be a very individual. Not necessarily linked to this nationality issue. So this is why I would say the fundamental thing, or the perspective towards nature, human being, and technology is only exists in my mind. I don't know what's going to happen. But what I can imagine is that because we have, at least we have similar educational backgrounds, or from very young. I mean, people get educated from all over the world later on. I hope there would be, and also we believe we work, we live in this land, and we should, and then we see similar landscape every day. So there must be some common grounds that we can explore. I'm myself, I'm still exploring, trying to look for it.
Okay. Sorry a little bit, because time is limited. So.
Okay, I'll make
Thank
it very short. Actually, I thought this was more like a dialogue rather than just more kind of ideas and so on. But maybe a question of Chineseness. whether people working within whatever we call China, they don't worry about it. It's only when people kind of look back, so-called from the slightly outside, even us so-called from Hong Kong, then maybe we get a little bit preoccupied. Whereas if you are practicing anyway, as you were saying, you just strive for the best quality and so on. My kind of question or point, it's not a point but a question, is whether from the presentation I saw from the mainland architects, all very strong, but it seems like they're characteristic of starting with a quite a strong position, whether it's theoretical, technological, or ontological, philosophical. So and whether being a Hong Konger myself, so I cannot escape this bias. Hong Kongers tend to be a little bit more pragmatic, reactionary, but maybe our soft power is slightly better. Is this the case still, that the top-down versus the bottom-up, or are we? Is that a good thing actually, that we don't need to promote a singular Chinese architecture to the world? I think the issue itself, the title, is actually called Contemporary Architecture in mainland Hong Kong and Macau. So it's perhaps not only about Chinese architecture, but even if it was, it would be something like a competitive collaboration, or I think Wallace mentioned it in his article. I forgot, diverse, but still kind of has got a distinct identity. So it's kind of richness of Chinese culture that continues to evolve, I think. So I really look forward to our issue that we kind of make together.
Thank you, Thomas. Joe?
I will make it very short. And I agree with all professors saying. So I think I would want to say why one of the project I love is from One Bike, Sarah. I agree with Professor Wang. Like, they not only design a very beautiful, colorful, funny things, but they also design with the public. They do the placemaking, they do the public engagement. They want the people design with them. Like sometimes, like architect, we only do something we love, but we have to build something for the public, not only for architects. So I love their project the most. They work with the public.
Thank you.
I see many different projects from you can compare projects from different generations. Some are very aggressive, some are very fragile. But I think I'm just for short. I'm gonna explain shortly. Is I'm very touched by one of the projects by Yonghu Chang, the prototype for the house, because I think it's very rare for practicing architects. We always deal with client needs. We do very practical decisions, and it's somewhat the prototype house is sort of very rare introspective thinking about how a house should be built. And I think I think that there should be more of these sort of almost philosophical prototypes that happen in the architectural scene. Thanks.
Yeah, I feel in general, it treats as a reminder, we have to be more careful about the context, especially in different parts of China. After we had the fast economic growth and we come to the age of urban regeneration, then how we treat with the diversity, and in the Chineseness we say there should be a lot of diversity in it and different ways of working. And I think that's a very good reminder for myself.
Thank you very much for all the people sharing. And actually we have much more to communicate and sharing, but time is limited. But let's give applause to all the sharing people. Thank you. So my job is done. Please allow me to give microphone to our main editor. Yeah, round table is finished. It's finished the ceremony.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, nothing wanted to be end, so we have to finish today's forum. And it's a long day forum, but I'm so happy to know, besides the attendees here, we have more than 8,000 auditoriums, 10,000, okay, more than 10,000 online. So that means what we are discussing is so important for the architectural circle. Although our discussion is only within the Hong Kong, Macau, and mainland China, but I think today's discussion is about not only Chinese issue, but more global consideration of architecture development. So I won't give the conclusion, and I want to give my comments each by each. I just want to talk a little bit about my personal impression of today's forum, as well as the panel discussion. First of all, I think all the architects from mainland, from Hong Kong, from Macau, are very actively to think about how to adapt to the new challenge for architecture, for the technological revolution that we see, and the social consideration. How should we, deal with the urban development issue with architecture design? How should we reuse, for instance, the existing city and all the needs? And the second impression is almost all of the speakers, including the panelists, think about not only the practice of architecture, but also the essential theoretical thinking, not only by Professor Wang, but everybody, and including, even Philip has designed so many very adventurous practice, but also with a very essential thinking about humanism of architecture. And Xiaofeng also talking about, this very essential connection between architecture and human being. Many, and talking about the prototype of architecture creation. I think all these are very important for the architecture development, not only for Asia, but also for the world. And thirdly, but I think it's most importantly, and there are some presentation today, particularly comes from Hong Kong and Macau, has always been thinking about how should architecture serve the daily life. I think no matter how the age change, how technology revolution happened, very efficient thing is architecture is always, forever, I think, is an artificial container which let the human activities, daily lives happen inside. That's most important. Sometimes we forget, we have a chance to design a project with more ambitious dream, or more monumental, or very, very luxury cost, like Nuno said. But finally, I think no matter, because architecture serve the people means serve everybody. It could be happen in the most richest city in the world, Macau, but very essential thing is how should serve the daily life. 1,000 years ago, now, and 1,000 years later, I don't think it will be changed. So that's my impression of what we are talking today. And well, we have to finish that. And Professor Wang said we have next time. There are too many, kind of symposium, forum, convention. But I think I have participated so many discussions. Even yesterday, I participated 3 forums. But today's, I think, is what I have learned most. Yeah. And of course, fortunately, thank you very much. You accept my invitation. All these top architects or top thinker of architecture from mainland China, from Macau, from Hong Kong. So it's you give us opportunity to gathering together to enjoy what you are thinking in terms of the top, level of architecture development in this region. So thank you once again very much. And of course, besides say thank you to all the speakers and including the panelist speakers, I will say once again thank you for Shenzhen University, particularly Professor Fan and Qi. And I cannot imagine without your support, of course, not only you two, but all your teams. Without your support, we cannot have this so successful forum. Thank you once again. Of course, my old friend. She's not old, she's very young, but my old friend, my old young friend. Thank you once again. Thank you. And we're looking for the next time we can sitting together. Thank you.
谢谢吴老师。那么各位专家，我们有3辆车在外边等。